Hey everybody, welcome back to the fish tank. Reminder, we're on a 3-minute delay, so if I don't talk to you immediately from the chat, then that's why. Right, Night's Duel number 35 today. Should be a good one. We've got some great players as always. So, a few things to talk about. The new cards that are everywhere on the leaderboard. The Wartrack Dreadnought, well, the Wartrack Dreadnought, and the other card that's not anywhere on the leaderboard, the Kamikaze Zeppelin. They're a cool span for this event because this is there's no season cards in these tournaments because not everyone has them, and sometimes they're a little bit unbalanced, as we know at the moment. So that's a thing. So those cards won't be here, but I have had a couple of players that are in the event complain to me. Not really complain, but just say they're a little bit frustrated because they've been struggling to practice properly on the ladder, etc. Because all they're playing against is this OP as F tank that they're not going to be playing against in the tournament anyway. So a few players a little bit less prepared than usual. So this is a 1v1 tournament, $400 prize pool put on by BetaDwarf and Team Mana Frenzy. The rules, we're going to have Swiss matches to start with, probably 4 or 5 rounds where the players play each other based on their performances, and then at the end of those Swiss rounds we'll have probably a top 4 where we'll go into the elimination. The early Swiss round are best of 3 matches. The elimination is where we switch to best of 5, and we have what are referred to as conquest rules, where if you win with a master you can no longer play that master. So that doesn't affect the early stages, but does affect the later stages. And of course, I will let you know when we get to that section of the event. Now, there should be a link at the top of the chat to show you sorry, I just got distracted. The brackets. You can follow along with the brackets from home. So keep up with that if you wish to. We'll, of course, keep you up to date here. So we have some good players today, some newer players as well, but some newer good players. Newer players to the game and newer players to the tournament. Now, for some reason, I can't see my stream on my dashboard. I don't know why. It's been like that for a while, which makes it kind of hard for me to see if everything's working okay or not. Let me just go to my actual page and we'll see. Okay, we're on starting soon. That looks good. It should be going live. Okay. Right. Looks good. Okay. So, what else do we need to talk about? So, season cards are banned, but that means last season cards are not banned. So, Nazara, the Cold Countess, and the Frostfang Familiar, both of which got buffed in the latest balance patch, are available to play, but I feel like we're unlikely to see them unless someone's discovered an incredible setup that we haven't seen yet. But those cards have been pretty underwhelming. The only card that is banned because of a bug is the Blind Date, which is the 4 mana Blind Date spell, which can give you a random 5 mana card, which can give you the Wartrack Dreadnought, which in itself is not a problem. But what is a problem is that for your 4 mana to the 5 mana card, if you're later in the game, you get the big version of the Wartrack, still for the 4 mana you played, which is, of course, not how it should be. And that will be very unfair if that happens. So they're the only cards, the season cards and the Blind Date. We do have a couple of warnings. We know that the Blastmancer, Spiritmancer, Diplomancer are all kind of broken at the moment, so don't see those too much in solos anyway. And Diona, though, Diona, one of the strongest masters in tournament play, is a little bit broken at the moment. I don't know if you play Diona, but you may have noticed her perk 2 Ruffles will, instead of running to the vial to pick it up, just carries on running and often dies. Can also take a bridge, though, so it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, but most of the time Ruffle will die. You can still get the collection, but Ruffles has to stay alive, which is difficult when he's running into serious harm's way. So those are warnings, and the warnings mean players can play them, but of course they have to be aware that they might get bit in the arse. Now, as always, the players have ban powers, and as always, the ban powers are: you can ban one master and three cards. Sorry, that prevents your opponent from playing those, and your opponent has those powers back at you. You do the bans in secret, so nobody gets the benefit of going second. DSOO is going to be against YEFEI in the first match, and this is really interesting because DSOO is the reigning champion. I haven't seen YEFEI, I'm not sure, apologies if I'm saying that name wrong, but I haven't seen YEFEI in a tournament before, but very, very, very strong player on the ladder in all game modes. So that'll be interesting to see. And as I say, the players have had a little bit of frustration where they haven't been able to practice ideally on the ladder because of the Wartrack Dreadnought. YEFEI has been playing a very aggro rec deck to deal with it. Will that transpire to something that works in the tournament? Will they play something different? We're going to find out. So we'll try to get into some gameplay as quickly as possible. Oh, one thing to note is the mobile version of Minion Masters, the Android version, is functional again. It's been down for a week, unfortunately, with the delay, with the update being stuck in review with Google. Now, the good news is it's functional again. The bad news is the devs are not quite sure why the previous version got declined, and then that this version also got declined and then was resubmitted, and then it goes through. So there's some real confusion as to the procedure that Google are applying to these patches, where they're refusing them and then letting the same thing go through. So it's a little bit confusing. The devs, of course, are trying to work to get to the bottom of it so we can have a much more streamlined process in the future. But the good news is Android version is up. And of course, these tournaments are cross-play, available to all players, whatever platform you're on, Xbox, PC, or Android. Of course, those different platforms come with different limitations with regards to your inputs with your fingers or your mouse or your controller, etc. But cross-play is in Minion Masters, as we know, so you can play with and against players on all of the different platforms. And that is one of the main benefits of the 2.0 edition. Right, okay. I think that's given you enough of an introduction as to what we're going to do today. So let's try to get into some action as soon as possible. So it's going to be YEFEI against DSOO. As I mentioned, DSOO has won the last two events. Right, so our spectator is set up. So we're going to go through their bans first of all. So YEFEI is first on my screen. So let's get that set up. Okay, so player one, YEFEI, has banned King Puff as a master, and has banned Bear Valanche. Bear Valanche is a very strong spell and definitely one of Deadshot's favourites. Cleaver and Blue Golem, so some big heavy units there. And DSOO has banned Apep, Unholy Ground, Bounceberry Flingers, and Bolf. So that is Chief Icebreaker Bolf. Okay, so I mean, Cleaver and Blue Golem, we don't tend to see those banned directly. We normally see, like Deadshot has done, banning the Bounceberry Flingers. Unholy Ground, I mean, it's a pretty powerful spell, especially if your opponent is likely to use it. Bolf, of course, we know is very strong at the moment, likely to get a rework into a nerf in an upcoming patch. We may be able to talk about those balance changes that are upcoming in a while. Actually, there's some big changes potentially coming, and we'll talk about those if we get a little bit of downtime. But those are the bans. Let's see if we are ready to go. Right, so DSOO and YEFEI. Okay, we're almost ready for our first game of the day. Thanks so much for joining me. This is Minion Masters Night's Duel number 35. Nearly 3 years of these bad boys. So, let's do our notifications that I might have forgotten to do. But it's okay, we'll figure it out. Okay. As always, the brackets are available. Should be a link at the top of the chat, so you can check that out and follow along what's going on in this match and other matches. So also here of note, we've got DARKCROW and Set, NERZL, FICUS, Destroy. Centera's been in a lot of these before. Same as That Ain't It Chief. Evergrowing, I think we've seen before. Bullfire, not sure. Electro, I think we've seen before. Right. Okay, I'm ready. Just waiting for the players. Reminder that we're best of 3 at the moment. No limitation on playing the same master after winning with it. Good to see you, White Antlion. Not sure what that message says. I shall try to... Oh, there's a translate link in this. Okay. Okay. No Dreadnought today. Okay, here we go. We're going into the first game of the day. We're seeing the reigning champion DSOO, who's won the last 2 games against YEFEI, who is a very strong ladder player. But will that translate into a very strong tournament player? I guess we're going to find out. Okay, let's do that. Just turn down the music a little bit whilst we're in the game. Right, okay. Should be good. Okay, so this is wrecked. This is wrecked for YEFEI, which is what we've seen him play a lot on the ladder this season. Deadshot is playing Apep. Doesn't want his monkey to die at the bottom here, and the monkey doesn't. Nice heal. Basically 2 monkeys for the price of 1 there. Okay, and again the monkey heals. That's huge value from that Tranquil. That's basically 3 monkeys in the price of 1. You love to see it as the Tranquil Shihao player, but not as the person against him. So we got a lot of value from that. It didn't really kill a huge amount. It got some good kills, but crucially, it did get a lot of XP. Thanks for the follow, Golden War. Right, Black Hole play from Deadshot. Saves the ATG drone. We've seen some amazing reaction plays in the last tournament with Deadshot and the Black Hole. Okay, so ATG drone getting a lot of face damage there. Okay, and again he's trying to keep this monkey alive, and it looks like he will do, at least for a while. He does have a Daggerfall if he needs it. Okay, YEFEI has to commit there. Can't allow that monkey to heal again.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Okay, so decent XP lead for DSOO at the moment. Remember, perk 3 wrecked is pretty strong with that 1-punch blast, and you get it every time you jump. It has been bug fixed in the last patch, so you don't lose it if you jump before using it. So that kind of makes it easier to play. Right, again, good healing on the monkey. It does have the growth burst shroom bonus. You can see that little bump on his health bar. That's the bonus. Okay, probably going to see a Black Hole again here. No, goes with the Shock Rock. The Shock Rock doesn't fully defend it, but it does. It is cheaper than the Black Hole, and keeps the Black Hole maybe available for something else if he needs it. Okay, bit more face damage there. 10 XP, so not too much between them. It's really going to be down to whose perk 3 is more impactful. Now, the One Punch Blast, of course, is going to be great against the ATG drone. But Deadshot does have ways to try to prevent it. I don't know if you can prevent the One Punch Blast with a black hole if you're quick enough. This is going to be a lot of face damage, though. Those Ravenous Swarmers going, something happened. Not sure. That normally means that whoever I was spectating left the game or something. Well, let's find out. I mean, we can kind of see the game going on behind. It's kind of a weird error message. We'll see how we get on. I mean, this match could be over soon, so if we leave and try and rejoin, might just be gone. Okay. We'll find out what happened, but it looks like this is going to be over. Okay. What's up, No One Eye? Right. Don't know. Weird error message. Okay. Find out what's going on. Yeah, I think that's just a weird error message that it says your teammate left. I think it's when you're spectating someone, if they leave, then you kind of leave with them. But you can kind of see what's going on behind the scenes. It's kind of weird. Looked like Deadshot was in a substantial lead. He'd done a lot of face damage. Felt like he was in control of the match. The rule with disconnects is basically if it's not immediately at the start of the game, you just play it out. Right, let's get the score up for you. Okay. Okay, little tricky start there. Not sure if sure if we got any more information. Okay. Sounds like his internet dropped out. Okay. So Deadshot's one game up. Seems like his internet dropped out. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. I know some people do have some issues with that. A lot of people don't though, so it's kind of confusing. But it looks like we're ready to go in the next match. Sinobii, of course, with us today, behind the scenes, keeping everything tickety-boo. What's up, Hatchie? Okay, so looks like DARKCROW's beating Centera 2-1. Set's beating Chief 2-0. NERZL is no games recorded yet, sorry. FICUS has beaten Bullfire 2-0. Destroy has beaten Electro 2-0. Okay, so a little bit of a delay in this one. Just making sure the rules are followed appropriately. So remember, if you get disconnected, you do get the disconnect bot to play for you. But of course, the disconnect bot isn't amazing. But it's definitely better than nothing. And sometimes if you're playing randoms and your teammate disconnects, the disconnect bot can actually be better than them. And then they reconnect and screw the game up for you. Right. Thanks for the follow.
The fight is on.
Okay, here we go. Game 2. Hopefully we can get through this one without a disconnection for the player. Right. Is YEFEI playing the same deck? Quite possibly. Ratbo for DSOO. Ratbo we don't see too often, which is kind of sad. We got Feng from DSOO. Feng got buffed recently. Bit of extra HP. Also got the Bulwark buff.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Okay, that wolf doing a lot of damage. XP levels. We go into perk 1, sorry, for both players. So we get the Shadow Dance for Wrecked on the blue team, and we get the Scrat spawning at the base when you spawn a minion card for the red team. I'm not sure I'm qualified to give you that advice, main. Right, we saw in the first game that ATG drone was very powerful. Let's see how we do this time. YEFEI's playing Lone Wolf, which of course, if you play when you don't have any other minions out, you get the Wolf. And if you do have minions out, you get the lesser Warrior. But they both have Rage, so they both can do some business. They're just going to have a real tough time keeping that bounty sniper, sorry, that just regular sniper alive at any point.
Red got the second perk.
Okay, goes for the Daka. Nice Daka. Remember, oftentimes in top level play, you're not going to be able to Daka a Yahoon and destroy it in one hit. But you can get good value from just removing something at very little cost. So you often just want to use it when you get the opportunity to do so. Okay, there's the Black Hole to prevent the Spell Dancer. Only does 150 damage, 180 damage now the Spell Dancer does, but it killed it anyway, so not a great trade there for DSOO. A lot of pressure coming on from YEFEI here. The Shadow Dance is just keeping the pressure going. Okay, YEFEI ahead both in terms of XP. Oh, he blocked that. He baited out it. Deadshot went for it as quickly as possible. YEFEI was ready, played the Grenadier. But I mean, it kind of worked out okay for DSOO because the Grenadier would clear the Horde. He killed the Grenadier and the Horde basically killed the Wolf. But here comes the Raged Stouts. This is going to be problematic for DSOO to deal with for sure. ATG drone is going to live for a little bit. a little bit longer. He's trying not to take any face hits here. Of course, spawning those scraps at his base is helping him out. But he's very low HP. There goes Feng. One punch blast. This is going to be difficult. Okay, Real Wrecked is dead. So no more jumps. But Real Deadshot might be dead. Not really sure what's happening here. That's a good Daka, but there's going to be too much on his face. Deadshot with kind of a style play at the end there, but ultimately it didn't mean anything. Good try, though. Right, 1-1. Interesting to see Deadshot playing Ratbo, because we know Ratbo's not great. But he could become better with his alternative perks, which is something that we're looking to add to the game soon. If you were in one of my streams recently, we did check out an early version of the alternate perks, which is where you have more than one choice when you level up, or just before you level up. So, for example, with Ratbo, his perk 2 choice was either the Daka or get burrowed scrats. So the scrats that were spawning from his base became burrowed, and they did extra damage. So some interesting things there. We also saw Ruffles turning into a werewolf instead of picking up a regular vial. And we saw the Slitherbind for APEP. So those were the few alternative perks that we got to check out. But we haven't... It's not fleshed out. It's not ready to go yet. But there's I think I made a video on it on my YouTube. If you wanted to see the proposed alternative perks. There was one proposed alternative perk for each of the masters so far. So that's interesting to look forward to in the future. And don't forget also, we got the new bridge rules coming soon. And as a reminder, there is a PTR this weekend, public PTR, where you can get in, you can test the new cards for next season, you can test the balance changes for next season, and you can check out an early access, an early implementation of the new bridge rules. And the new bridge rules are you can place units directly on the bridge if they have that horizontal spread. You can play units on the bridge using collision, but you have to hold a bridge for 1.5 seconds before it changes to your colour. So if you want to get involved in testing the things, please do go to the Minion Masters Discord, give yourself the tester role, check out the PTR, and of course give your feedback. The PTR kind of had a bit of a boo-boo in the last version where we let the Dreadnought get through and be disgustingly overpowered. But of course, there's some nerfs for the Dreadnought in that PTR as well. So the more people that get involved in testing, hopefully the better job we can do at testing the new cards, the balance changes, the new rules, stuff like that. People are generally not bothered, unfortunately. They'd rather just let things become unbalanced and then complain about it afterwards. Why not be proactive and get involved and prevent it? Help us. Right, okay. 1-1. Winner of this is the winner, that's it.
Play cards.
Not of the event, just of this game. Loser doesn't necessarily mean out. If you lose twice, there's a good chance you're out. Not necessarily, though. Right. King Puff. Setsu. Game on. We've got some Crystal Elves from DSOO. So that means he will be trying to get some value out of his Mana Surge. Staying above 6 mana if possible. Okay, that War Dancer is doing a great job at the bottom there. Not going to kill everything, but killed a lot of things.
Red has obtained their first perk.
Okay, again the Wolf. How's it going to trade against the 2 dragons? It will kill them, but it's almost dead. Those Flightless Dragons do massive damage, especially when they're raged. Remember, if you are behind on HP, with those dragons, the flightless dragons, they do gain rage, 50% extra damage, which is a large number. Right, Deadshot jumping like you used to see in version 1.0. The Setsu bots used to always jump in this position. Okay, Setsu just living here is going to be nice for DSOO. Oh, and going for the top bridge. It's basically a free bridge grab. The key to playing Setsu well is just using the jumps appropriately, whether you go for face, whether you go for bridges, whether you support, whether you use it as an AoE clear, whatever. There's lots you can do with it, and the key is doing it at the right time. Oh, he went to try to kill the flyby with the daggerfall. He didn't, so that's just a huge waste of mana there. Okay, here we see Deadshot using the Setsu clear. Oh, he completely missed it, though. Okay, that's a misplay from Deadshot. Going to take a little bit of face damage there that he didn't need to. Could have landed on those, could have killed them. Okay, that worked out really badly for Deadshot, because he didn't kill them with his jump, he then had to kill them with his shots, which meant he couldn't kill the Slitherbounds, and the Slitherbounds killed the Setsu. So a little mistake there from DSOO. Uncharacteristic. Thanks for the follow smash. Smash that follow button. Right, Impetus Blast pushes the ATG drone away. Nicely done. Deadshot needs to be aware of that going forward and place it in a position where it can't be removed quite so easily. It's going to get face damage from it, though. King Puff does hit hard. Not as hard as it used to, though. So, like, in that situation there, King Puff took another hit compared to how it used to kill things. So the ATG drone did get a little bit more value than you would expect. Actually says, will bridge scratch steel cap bridges? We're not sure. I need to check out. There's going to be some like special cases with like bridge buddies, the stint, things like that have like a special bridge interaction. I don't know if those edge cases have been implemented yet, but check out the PTR and see. But yeah, these are the sort of things that we need to consider, right? Preemptively complain. I mean, that's also another strategy. Right, the question here is going to be how powerful are the perk 3s going to be? We know Setsu perk 3 is pretty disgusting. But we know King Puff perk 3 is also pretty disgusting. XP is basically level right now. Shot wishes he had perk 3 right now. He's going to get it soon. If he gets it... Oh, I think there might be too much here. He might do this. Okay, perk 3 for YEFEI, but perk 3 for DSOO. Setsu's out on the field. And of course, you've got to remember, when Setsu's out on the field, Setsu's not at home to defend. Setsu's going home now, though. Not sure if that was the best play to kill Setsu. Sometimes you want to leave Setsu out on the field so it can't defend. Right. Where's Deadshot going? Probably jumping on the bridge. Right, here we go. Perk 3, ATG drone support. How can he do? Deadshot wants to get everything together. YEFEI wants to keep everything away from each other. Bridge switch, get some night puffs at the bottom. Setsu wasn't quite on the bridge, though. But Setsu, not there to defend whilst stuff's going on at home. Deadshot probably repositioning, jumping back. Very low HP now, Deadshot. No. Ooh, okay. I think YEFEI's trying to keep Setsu on the bridge so they can bridge switch them, which is coming up now. No bridge switch yet. He doesn't want to bridge switch when there's no friendly units on the bridge because he doesn't want to miss out on those night puffs. Those night puffs are huge. Going to bridge switch here. It feels like KP perk 3 is just too strong at the moment. Okay, Setsu repositions. That's a great landing from DSOO. This is super close. DSOO's very low HP. But he can put out a lot of damage. And he's putting pressure on, which is great, because it makes it difficult for King Puff to get on the bridges, and therefore it makes it difficult for King Puff to get night puffs, and therefore they don't have a perk 3. Deadshot's still... Oh, okay. That flyby was huge. ATG drone's still being a pain. Setsu's back on face. Deadshot going for the kill here. And not only is he doing a lot of face damage, he's forcing the XP to his side of things. But here comes the counter push. There's going to be a bridge switch here. If Deadshot holds this, there's a good chance of him winning. But it's going to be hard for him to do so. Can't really allow anything to touch his face. Getting the bridges with the bridge buddies. Right, perk 3 for DSOO, but no bridges for him at the moment. He's going to have to push on both bridges. Where's Setsu going to jump? Is he going to go face? Is he going to be aggressive? Yes, he is. Setsu on face. This is going to be too much, I think. One more hit from Setsu. DSOO takes it. What a close game. And there you saw Deadshot just knowing when to be aggressive. Okay, Deadshot takes that 2-1, but a very, very high level of play from both players there. I mean, Deadshot did make kind of a big error at the start where he missed landing on those scrats, caused a lot of face damage for himself that was completely avoidable, but he was able to recover from that mistake. Sent him a shitty message. Right, okay, so that should be the final match in the first round that we were needing to complete. I said, nice jump at the start. He said, thanks, man. Okay. So where are we with regards to our brackets? Let's have a look. Okay. So the way the Swiss rounds work is because you play people based on everyone's performance, people of a similar performance, we do have to wait for all matches in a round to complete before we can move on to the next one. Okay, so round 2. This is winners will play winners, losers will play losers, and there'll be some mixed stuff in there as well. Okay, so round 2, DSOO against DARKCROW, FICUS against Destroy, Set against NERZL, That Ain't It Chief against Electro, Evergrowing against YEFEI, and Bullfire against Centera. As I mentioned, if you lose one match, you've still got a good chance of winning. If you lose two, sorry, not winning, but going through to the next round. If you lose 2 matches, it's going to be very difficult for you to do so. Let's see who we're going to go next. But yeah, as I was saying during that match, Hachi, there are going to be some edge cases, some sort of unique cases with how units interact with bridges. And often, when the bridge rules change, I mean, although the bridges are becoming easier to get onto, they're not as easy to take because of the 1.5 seconds. So then we're going to have maybe some edge cases like Stint can take it immediately, bridge buddies can take it immediately, but then you've got other interesting things. For example, like a rammer. Can a rammer run across a bridge in 1.5 seconds? Probably. Does that mean it doesn't capture it? Maybe. Is that okay? Possibly. You know, that could be like just part of the balance. You know, we know aggro decks at the moment are very strong because they can take bridges and then push on. Maybe this will stump that a little bit. I don't know. Maybe this is another tool that the devs can use to balance cards. Like super aggro rammer cards can't take bridges. Don't know. There's these edge cases that we need to discuss, and we can discuss it as a community with the devs. Join the Discord, give yourself the role of the tester, get involved. Right, we're going to see Set against NERZL in the next round. I've played against NERZL quite a lot this season. He's been playing a Diona deck that just fully countered mine and just triggered me every time I played him. It was great fun. So we'll see if he brings that into this. We know Set is often the player that brings the same kind of stuff over and over again. So sometimes it's easy to predict what they're going to play. Right, so let's get set up for this. Set up for Set and NERZL. Both of these very, very experienced players. Very good players. Right, let's get our ban page ready. Okay, hopefully we have the players to spectate. Being able to search your friends list now is chef's kiss. Such a simple thing. Obviously should have been there from the beginning, but makes it so much easier. Okay, so we're just waiting for the bans to come in from the players. As always, we talk about the bans. They do have 1 master ban, 3 card bans that prevents their opponent from playing those, and their opponent has the same power back at them. They do them in private, so no one gets the benefit of going lost. And of course, people often ban based on what's strong in the meta. But they also sometimes ban, especially these players that play each other a lot, they ban what they know their opponent is likely to want to play. Or additionally, they can ban what is particularly good at against their decks. We've seen previously a lot of Ardera bans, a lot of Korgoth bans. We've seen some Rystar bans, although Rystar's not quite so meta anymore. The first match of bans were a little bit different. We do often see the Bounceberry Flinger ban because it just makes it far more difficult for your opponent to get that Growth Burst Shroom in their cycle. Remember, you get the Myriad with the Bounceberry Flingers, so you get 2 Shrooms per cycle. And we know how powerful the Shrooms are when you pick them up with Yahoon, with the Blue Golem, or just any Zenshi kind of thing. So if you ban the Bounceberry Flingers and they want to do the same strat, they need to get a Shroom from somewhere else, which they might get from the Shroomer, but you know, the Shroomer probably doesn't do the same stuff that the Bounceberry Flingers does, not ranged, doesn't do anti-air, and you only get 1 per cycle. Right, so NERZL and Set. Yeah, that was the first game of the day. That was a hell of a game. So we're just waiting for the bans, as I said. Let's bring this page up. Boom. So there you see, 1 master ban, 3 player bans. Not player bans. That would be rude. 3 card bans. And a reminder that season cards are banned. So no Wartrack Dreadnought. Thank Christ. And no Kamikaze Zeppelin. We are expecting a hotfix to nerf the tank, the Wartrack Dreadnought, and normally we would have had a hotfix much sooner, but we had the situation where the latest update on Android was stuck in review, so Android has been offline for a week. So that needed to be figured out before the next step is going to be figured out. And of course, if there's going to be these long delays, which normally there hasn't been, but there was in the last one, then it really makes it difficult to come up with a patch in hotfix pipeline that can react quickly if you're going to have certain platforms that take a long time to accept it. Lone Dog, mobile players can enter the tournaments now. And in fact, we've had mobile players in the tournaments already. Right, Marcus, thanks for the follow. So yeah, mobile, Xbox, PC players can all play within the same ecosystem. Right, let's have a look. Set has banned King Path. We're also seeing a ban. It's not in a good order for me to see. Okay, so Taluk. Very interesting to see Taluk getting some bans. But he's actually surprisingly strong. Remember, Taluk is the special Slitherbind or Slitherbound that you can sacrifice, but he doesn't die, but he still counts towards a sacrifice. He also does double damage to anything that is stunned or poisoned, and his double damage is actually as NERZL told me the other day, he does more DPS than a cleaver against a stunned or poisoned target. Have you tried it today, No One Isle? It's working again today. Mobile is up and running. Yes. Right. So what were we doing? Taluk, Ardera, as I mentioned, which is High Inquisitor Ardera. Been offline for a week. Started working today. High Inquisitor Ardera and Bolf, Chief Icebreaker Bolf. Okay, not surprising there at all. And NERZL has banned Diona. So interesting to see Diona getting banned, even though she's kind of bugged at the moment, but still really strong. Scrat Tunnels. Remember, Scrat Tunnels were changed in the last patch, so the Scrats spawn on whatever side is away from the center line of the arena, so they don't take both bridges anymore. Morgrel's Mark, we know how strong that spell is, and also Bolf. Right, so there we see. There's the bans. This again should be a good one. Both very good players. I encourage everyone to join the Minion Masters Discord. Keep up to date with all the stuff, right? If you're in the Discord, you know immediately when the mobile version is up. That's my Discord. This is the Minion Masters one. Hey, Kiroax. Netflix is over. There is no Netflix version of the game. It is an Android version of the game. So no Netflix account required, which is good. And also, there is cross progression between Steam and mobile, which wouldn't be a thing with the Netflix version that never happened. So if you've got a Steam account and you play on your phone, you can use the same account between those. Can't do that with Xbox at the moment, but potentially can do in the future. So there is an Android version of the game, and hopefully, if that goes well, there'll be an iOS version of the game to follow. We did have the Android version was going pretty well, and then we had the latest patch where it was offline for a week, which has kind of thrown a spanner in the works. A lot of negative reviews based on that, as you would expect. Right, set of course using this damn arena.
Let's duel.
We've got our dual deck technology. Check out both players' hands at the same time. Try to figure out how I managed to do that. Right, Set playing Tronvir. Tronvir, we did have some issues with Tronvir in the last tournament. Those bugs have been fixed. So Tronvir is now playable again in the tournament scene. NERZL is playing Valorian. And Set is playing the kind of the deck that I would expect him to play, really. This is his new kind of go-to deck, I think. This Slither deck. Armoon's in there. Okay, there we see Taluk getting a lot of damage off at the bottom there. Slitherbound's going to get a little attack speed nerf, I think, in the next patch. They are very strong at the moment. They do stack a lot of poison very quickly. Right. Perk 1 for both teams. We have our first runestone available for Set. It's the Wind Rune, the grey one, which does the 200 damage. Probably a little bit overtuned. And of course, perk 1 for Valorian for NERZL is the Searing Light removal spell. Used to be perk 2, but 6 months or so ago, that became perk 1. Set taking a lot of face damage here. We know one of the weaknesses of Tronvir is his slow attack. He attacks very powerfully, but very slowly. So multi-units on his face is just horrific for him. So massive face damage coming out there from NERZL. Getting an XP lead as well. Set had to suddenly defend for his life. Right.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Could have expected that was coming, but it. Okay. So the Armoon is annoying, but he has some tools to deal with it. It will sacrifice here. You see Taluk surviving through the sacrifice. So a bit of return damage coming out from Set. Chain, he'd wished the chain was a little earlier. Probably didn't have the mana, but would have liked to got an extra hit out. But again, here we see the put on the multi-unit pressure, and Valorian keeps just screaming. Sorry, Tronvir just can't do much against this. Searing Light to remove the defense as well. Low HP. NERZL in a strong position. Heal Puff has been dispatched, but it's going to get poisoned here. Or is it? Nice rune. Did push him onto the bridge, which was kind of annoying, but it did keep the Heal Puff alive. One of the things that the really top players with Tronvir do that a lot of people don't is they utilize the knockback of the rune to push units away, to de-aggro them from certain targets, to get them off bridges, and so on and so forth. So it's not just what the rune gives you, it's that knockback as well. Right. Set so low HP, he does have to keep one look on his face. Scrutillery goes in. Jolo's really good at tanking Armoon. Right, there's the Armoon res. Here comes the chain. Okay, nice bit of tanking there, keeping Armoon off of NERZL's face. Right, Set has healed a decent amount. He's not quite so terrified now with that Scrutillery on his face. One of those Slither Bound at the top has got the Wind Rune bonus, so he's going to do extra damage and AoE damage. Probably will not actually account to anything, but something to pay attention to, because that can be very powerful, especially if your opponents don't notice it and completely play into it. Seen a Priestess with that Wind Rune buff before, just kill an entire prop horde that was spawned on top of her. Okay, feels like Set has stabilized a bit, but is a decent way down on XP. Not sure if that poison's going to hit Armoon or not. It will now. He's going to ring the gong soon. There is he going to ring it? There he goes. Remember, the gong makes all poison immediate. I saw an interesting thing the other day you don't see too often. There was something that had enough poison on it to kill it, but it was frozen. So when the gong was played, it didn't kill it, because frozen reduces incoming damage by 50%. Okay, so it feels like Set got off to a terrible start. He has recovered. This is his perk 3 push with that big wind rune and the buffed minions. Oh, the chain was too late though. Wanted to keep the Armoon alive to get a hit or so off. Right, NERZL 15 XP away. NERZL had a great start, and that's really been the difference here, I think. He got all of those little units onto the face of Set. Set had to deal with them. Ended up taking huge amounts of face damage and losing a lot of XP. Right, Mana Frenzy now for NERZL. He just needs to push on the bridges. He's going for face, and this is going to be so difficult for Set to deal with. And of course, Set deals with it, but then he has to play everything defensively, which means it's difficult for him to keep pressure on the bridges. That Armoon, not Armoon, that's... Okay. The Achillep at the top was staying alive on the bridge for a long, long time. But NERZL takes that first one, and I think that was all about a strong start for NERZL, getting it a big lead. And once you've got your opponent down to low HP, it really prevents some of their options. They can't just leave their master to defend, especially Tronvir, especially against Horde. So then they have to start committing things defensively, which means they can't put as much pressure on the bridges, so then you get a bit of XP. So sometimes, even if you don't end up killing them, just getting them low HP just really puts the pressure on and turns the match in your favour. Right, so NERZL takes that 1-0. in a kind of slither matchup. NERZL did a good job dealing with the Armoon. The Armoon, the Herald Armoon, the flying guy with the whip, he's the one that you need to deal with in that. He can do a lot of damage. He's got that res, of course. So it's a case of managing him, trying not to let him hit face. And NERZL did a good job of that. The Jolo was good to tank it. The one thing about Jolo tanking it is that, of course, Jolo's ground-based and can't attack or interact apart from being spanked by the Heralds. So Jolo will just run off. So you do have to play him appropriately and consider where he's going to run, or he might only tank one hit and then run off and do something else. So just things that need to be considered with regards to unit placement. Someone asked in the chat in the game, does the game have a limit on the orange units you can have on the field at the same time? They mean legendary units? Oh no. Right, so set a game down here against NERZL. I think both of these players won their first round match. Have a little looky here. Okay, yep, so Set won his first match. NERZL won his first match. And we're going into the second game of this match. Best of 3, so if NERZL takes this, he takes the round. And if he doesn't, we go to a decider. Very straightforward.
Duel!
Right, King Path. And as we kind of expect, Set's just going to probably play the same deck over and over again, which is different masters. There's no restriction at the moment where you have to change your master at this stage of the event. Both players waiting for the last possible moment to spawn. You kind of want to let your opponent spawn and then react to it. Philip gets popped by the trap, and he's going to get picked up. Okay, he's just in face range. Just gets those headbutts off on face. 100 damage to face per headbutt is quite substantial. You get 4 of those off. Actually, maybe 3 of them plus the chain. I'm not sure. Did the chain hit face? I don't know. You tell me. Nice bridge grab at the top with the Musketeer. Always good to see that. A lot of people don't do that. Let the Musketeer riposte back onto the bridge and take it. These little things really help out in these close matches. Newer players looking to improve their gameplay, just the knowledge of just these little things you can do can really help you out. Hey Muffin, good to see you. Right. Little XP lead for Set at the moment. There's a Kinlap versus a Kinlap from Wish. Dong. A trap doing a bit of damage. Pull him off the bridge as well so he doesn't get on there. Remember, you have to hold a bridge for like 4 seconds, 3.6 seconds, something like that, before you get the XP from it. So it's not just a case of just standing on the bridge and getting XP immediately. Okay, another couple of headbutts there. He might bridge switch this away. Now Shen's going to get whipped and poisoned. But here comes the Akinlap with his own poison. Nice taunt trap, spins everything around. That's a lot of poison. Wants to keep poison. He's going to gong he's going to gong now. Okay, there's the gong. Nicely done. Okay, Akinlap from Wish coming to the rescue with that spit on spawn. Yeah, and his traps are going to be so important with dealing with Herald Armoon, as we saw there. Does Talek get on the bridge? Yes, he does. That's frustrating. And switches to get both of them. There you see... remember, the Snake Druid, the immobilize is for 2 seconds now. So once you're away from the Snake Druid, or the Snake Druid dies or whatever, then the immobilize finishes a lot faster than it used to. It used to be 5 seconds. And there we see Ruffles running off and ultimately dying, but maybe getting a bridge grab along the way. Here we see another Ruffles. Doesn't quite get to the bridge. Not sure. I think he got... I don't know actually what killed that Ruffles, to be honest. Unsure. Just gave up, I think. Okay, perk 3 coming for Set. We know KP perk 3 is going to be strong. He's got 4 XP to go. Going for the res as well on a Kinlap. Would like to get the res and would have liked to get the bridge switch before the res. Another hit off. Ooh, okay. Could have gonged there, but decided not to. Remember, the gong doesn't make the poison do any more damage. It just makes the poison damage instant, so you don't have to wait for it to apply before it happens. So you can kill things more quickly, which is often beneficial, but not always.
Red gains the 3rd perk.
Right, perk 3 for both teams now, so extra trap for NERZL, which we've seen how important that can be. Set taking a decent amount of damage here. Next bridge switch is in 5 seconds. He's got Scrats to put on the bridge. Right, here come the Night Puffs. No, yes, okay. Again, that trap being really powerful, but the Raged Armoon just murdering everything. Good to see you, Shane. Right, Set's still ahead on XP. Both players around 1000 HP, just below for Set, so they can die quickly with these powerful units on here. Stretch! Okay, Set feels like he's got a good XP lead. It's beginning to feel like NERZL has to kill him before he gets the Mana Frenzy for his chance of victory. Really trying to force the bridge at the bottom there. Jolo goes down, which is frustrating for him. Oh look, my drink matches my shirt. Okay, this is looking like it's going to be Set's game, bringing us back to 1-1. Let's find out. Bridge switch coming. Only gets a couple of Night Puffs. Could have been a little more patient there. NERZL doing a good job contesting this bottom bridge. Both bridges red. You do get extra mana in Mana Frenzy if you have no bridges, compared to someone that's not in Mana Frenzy. So you still have a bonus there, but it's not as much as once you get the bridges yourself. Right, Mana Frenzy. Set just needs to get on the bridges. Keep NERZL away from them. He's going to get that Mana Frenzy bonus where your XP turns into mana. And suddenly you have more mana than your opponent. But NERZL going face with the double traps. It's his only chance, really. Traps only do 50% face damage, though, so it's not going to be enough. Seemed like a whiff Chain Lightning at the end there, but Set levels us up 1-1. And we go into a decider. Interesting. Okay. And I would bet substantially that Set will play the same deck. Maybe with a different master, maybe not, because King Puff did work out well for him. So what was banned? I'm surprised we didn't see an Armoon ban against Set. That's definitely a valuable ban that's likely to get some traction against him. So NERZL banned Scrat Tunnels, Morgul's Mark, and Chief Icebreaker both. I feel like either Scrat Tunnels or Mark for Armoon might have been a better ban. But the thing is, with Set, right, you can either ban Armoon and he's going to play something different, or you don't ban Armoon, so you kind of know he's going to play it, and then you tech against it. So this is kind of the mind game. Adaptive Anarchy says, I think Akinlep's insta-poison usage is also good for things where they would either A, avoid damage, or B, reduce individual damage. Yeah. There's a lot of situations where it is good, but there are some... it's not always beneficial. And of course, it starts costing you. I think the first ring of the gong is free, so I see a lot of occasions where people don't use it, even though it's free, and it could be definitely valuable. You know, there's enough poison on a unit to kill it, but it's going to take time to kill it. So that means that whilst that unit's alive for that extra time, it can do damage to things, it can do face damage, it can take bridges, all those kind of things, which you can prevent by using the gong and applying that poison instantly. But it does frustrate me when I see the situations where there's a ton of poison on something, it's going to be massively valuable, and the people don't do it. Just random things. Just random things.
Let the fight commence.
Right, game 3, Set against NERZL. Set, King Puff playing the same game, the same thing. NERZL looks like he might be playing, I think, the same deck as well. So I feel like from NERZL's point of view, he's made the choice that he thinks he can beat this. If he plays a little bit better, then he thinks he can beat this. Because he's got a good idea that Set's going to play the same thing, so then he's playing the same thing to counter it. Lost previously with it, of course, but he's kind of thinking, I would like to try that again. Now, Spell Dancer's a little bit annoying at the moment because of those arcane spheres being invisible the first time you spawn her. So please be aware of that.
Red has obtained their first perk.
It's only the first time you spawn her, though. Okay, so nice taunt trap at the top there. Keeps them off the bridge. Going to take them a while to kill it. All the while, he can try to kill them. Okay, that's a good trade at the top. But he needs to try to kill this Akinlap quickly. What's up, Bobo? Welcome in. Join us. It's tournament time here in the fish tank. We're in the second round of, I think, 5 Swiss rounds. So we've got lots of action to go, but we've seen some great matches so far. I don't think so, Adaptive Anarchy. I think both of these players know each other well enough that everyone knows by now. It's a fair point, though. Okay, bridge switch. Puts the riposte on cooldown as well, so that's kind of nice. Hey, Golden War, thanks for joining us. Okay, so that's... Again, it's really his handling of the Akinlap that's going to be crucial, I think, here. But he does have some good tools to do it. Nice poison there. And then it takes the bridge. Akinlap's going to deal with this, but it's going to take a while to do so. Going to put some pressure on here. Try to keep pressure on the bridges. Scrotillery at the top. Clears everything. Takes the bridge. That's a nice change. Nice play from NERZL at the top there. So far, so good for NERZL. Ahead on XP. Has done decent face damage. Doesn't want to take too much here. Musketeer does hit pretty hard and pretty fast. Yes, great to see NERZL in a tournament. Haven't seen him in many recently at all. Again, the trap at the bottom there. Keeping everything locked away from the bridge. There was a small change to King Path in the last patch where his perk 2 shields cannot shield air units anymore. I like that change because, you know, most shields, if not all other shields, cannot affect air units. So why could he? Okay, so NERZL played the Jolo there, so it would tank a hit and then run off to get the bridge. Could have tanked more hits with the Jolo, but decided he wanted to put pressure on the bridges more. So, you know, sometimes health is a resource, and a lot of the times you're making the decision whether you want to trade that health for XP or mana. You can prevent almost... you can prevent... If you play in a certain way, you can prevent almost all face damage, right? But it's not going to be the most efficient way to play, because health is a resource. You don't get any bonus from getting to winning a match with having a certain amount of health left. As long as you've got 1 HP left, that's all that matters. Right, this trap's going to do a good job, and shutting down Armoon on his side of the field is massive. Here we can see NERZL's got a big XP lead. Doesn't have a huge amount of HP, so does need to be careful. But as always, health is a resource. Just don't use all of it. And again, these traps being placed. Oh, look at that trap. Pulls the Musketeer away from taking the bridge and kills it. That was perfect. You can't take bridges with traps anymore like you used to, but you can definitely prevent them from being taken by your opponent. Whether you kill everything or just keep them off it for a while. Not a great Scrutillery there. It does take the bridge, which is probably makes it just about okay for NERZL. Doesn't want to take too many hits here. So remember, the riposte from the Musketeer is going to negate that damage from Armoon. It is a melee attack. Okay, NERZL doing a great job, but his HP is kind of concerning me a little bit at the moment. And there we see Talok in there doing massive damage. How does NERZL survive this? This is going to be big headbutt. That's going to be too much. NERZL was in control until he wasn't.
Blue wins with the redemption.
Okay, set takes it. I think NERZL's going to feel like he could have taken that last one there. He had a good XP lead. Maybe took a little bit more face damage early than he needed to. Maybe using his health as a resource a little bit too much. He's had no options there at the end to prevent all of that face damage. Okay. So set takes that one. Game, set, and match. And let's see what's going on in the other matches around the world. Right, so DSOO has beaten DARKCROW 2-1. DSOO reigning champion. We saw an excellent matchup against YEFEI at the start. He's beaten DARKCROW now. Destroy against FICUS. We're 1-1, awaiting the final result there. Set against NERZL, as we saw. Set taking that. Chief beating Electro 2-0. YEFEI beating Ever Growing by 2-0, and Bullfire, beating Centera 2-0. So we just got Destroy and FICUS going on at the moment. We'll see if that match is still going. And we'll see what's going on. Okay, looks like the match is going on. We don't know anything apart from the fact it's 1-1 at the moment.
Duel.
Okay, we have this horrible lag when you go into a game that's halfway through. But as long as your PC doesn't explode at that moment, it will chill.
Red gains the third perk.
Okay, so APEP against APEP. I think the positioning of the gold thing where it doesn't show, it doesn't cover the master correctly, is I think it gets worse as you go further through the perks. I feel like the master raises up on the tower, but the gold thing, the gold bubble doesn't. You can see now Apep's head is out of it. Let's mark that as a bug. Okay, so an XP lead for FICUS at the moment. Let me update the score. I'm pretty sure it's 1-1. There's some graphical issues with joining a spectate. We can see that the totems are kind of bugged out. Yep. The difference in that last match could have been Ruffles not working properly, but as I said, it is a bugged master. It is a master that the players are warned about. If they choose to play it, then unfortunately what happens is on them. If things are bugged in a way that they can be abused, then we ban them. If they're bugged in a way that's pretty much bad for the player that plays them, then it's usually a warning because it's up to them if they want to take that risk or not. Turn the music down a little bit again. So it looks like FICUS has got a strong XP lead, and as you'll notice, FICUS playing a very similar deck to what we saw Set play earlier as well. Right, Mana Frenzy for FICUS. He's going to be able to close this out for sure. He's got plenty of HP. He'll have that bonus to put on the pressure on the bridges. Yeah, Todd really did teach DSOO a lot. He taught him a lot of the things not to do. And when you know all of the things not to do, then all that's left is the correct thing. Okay, this is going to be a procession now. Mana Frenzy, double bridges. Destroy melts to the Slither power, and FICUS takes it 2-1. Okay. We'll get that locked in, and we'll have that figured out for you. Right, let's report that. Apep shield visual doesn't rise with the tower. So it ends up being too low. Tower rises when you hit your perks, but looks like the yellow shield bubble doesn't, and as such ends up too low as the match progresses. Right. Okay. Sure. Yeah. The shield visual was called out on the forums, which was actually helpful, but it was also described as the winner's bubble. So, yeah, we're going to give that a good effort. But I think I figured out why it was wrong during that match. Just absolute gigabrain. Okay, so we're awaiting round 3. Looks like we're going to have 4 Swiss rounds, followed by our top 4 shootout. So, DSOO set, DARKCROW destroy, FICUS against YEFEI, Chief against NERZL, Centera against Evergrowing, Electro against Ballfire. Is it a name? Is it a medical condition? We don't know, but we're glad that they are here. Right, we're going to check in on DARKCROW against Destroy in this third round. Haven't seen either of those players apart from Destroy briefly in the last one. If we look at the standings, we will see that Destroy is on 3 points, has won 1 and lost 1, and DARKCROW with the same record as we would expect. Since that's basically how the Swiss format works. Not sure what was wise. Pod is always coming up with things not to do, yes. What's left is... Exactly, right? If you know everything to not do, everything that's wrong, the only things that's left, even if you don't know them, are the correct things. Genius. Apply it to everything. Top tips. Plus some Minion Masters gameplay. Right, DARKCROW against Destroy. As always, if you miss any of the action, it will be up on YouTube tomorrow. I'll put the timestamps in, as always, so it's easy to find the matches, whether you're looking for specific matches or just gameplay. Right, this is the third round of 4 Swiss rounds. We're still best of 3. I'll let you know when we go to best of 5, but that's not happening yet. Right. So, just need to get the bans in from these players. So let's clear our previous bans and get ready for brand new hot off the press bans. Right, what are we going to see? Anything from left field? Destroy kind of often plays sort of off-meta decks, which is always good to see. Always good to see some different things. But of course, going off-meta, you are risking playing things that are not necessarily as strong as before, but also you have the chance that maybe people are not particularly ready to counter them. So again, something that has a double-sided sword kind of approach to it. Okay. DARKCROW. Where is DARKCROW? Did he change his name or something? DARKCROW. Is he not online? Probably offline. I don't think it shows people on your friends list if they're offline. Or we had a falling out and he unfriended me and I didn't know. Remember now, Minion Masters utilizes an in-game friends list. So that's not your Steam's friends list, it's not your Xbox friend list, it's not your Android friend list, it's the in-game friends list. Which means we have the ability to have cross-platform lobbies now. Yeah, but if you know everything to not do, like, if you know some things to not do, but not all of them, then you can't know that what's left is good. But if you know everything that is bad, then whatever's left is good. It's quite an exhaustive list, though, of just bad things. Serial killers, League of Legends players, wildcard users. The list is endless. Okay, so there's a little delay for some reason. I assume it's to do with DARKCROW since he doesn't appear to be online currently. Let's see if we can get to the bottom of that. Oh, DARKCROW says he's in Minion Masters. Did he ever change? He did change his name, right? He must have. Okay, let's see if we can get to the bottom of that and do the bans at the same time. Right, who's player one? Player one is DARKCROW. Right, bans. DARKCROW is banned APEP. Remember, APEP got a little slap on the wrist in the last patch with that reduction in shield health to 350. Bounce Breeze Flingers, pretty meta. Chief Icebreaker Bolf, who's very strong right now, and Armoon. Herald Armoon, okay. Not too much surprise there. Destroy banning Morelia. As well as the Bounce Reflinger and the Zeppelin. Remember, Zeppelin got reworked in the last patch, so you have the barrel shield on the Zeppelin now. So it's more, has more HP and is slower. Or you have the trigger where you can give it haste. And Bolf as well. Okay, Chief Icebreaker Bolf. Right, so those are the bans. Let's see if we've got DARKCROW online yet. Anyone else seeing DARKCROW online? What about the grey? There is no grey. There's a binary setup, right? Everything is either good or bad. That's our assumption. So if you know all bad, all that's left is good. I remember I had a long argument with one of my friends about whether you could have good without bad. He thought you could have good without bad. I disagree. They're both relative to each other, right? You can't have one without the other. You're welcome, Todd. Right. Okay, trying to get to the bottom of this. Says he's away on Steam, but has Minion Masters running, but I don't see him on my friends list in-game. Oh, has he changed his name to something stupid? Yes, of course he has. Okay, some Dreadnought thing. One thing, I don't know if I should say this, but DARKCROW's got really bitter about Minion Master stuff recently. Hate to see it. Right. DARKCROW against Destroy. I think we're ready now. Okay, did we update the round correctly? Yeah, so we're in the third round of 4 Swiss. If you lose 2 matches, you're probably out. If you lose 1, you've got a good chance. So after this round, we'll have a look at the standings and figure out who is through, who isn't, and who is on the cusp. I'm going to check, make sure Minions is still working on my phone. He's making a post about emotes. Yeah, I don't know. There are some frustrating things, right, in Minion Masters, but ultimately it's just a game, right? There's no point letting it ruin your day. People going to emote, people going to play OP stuff. It's just, it is what it is. You can mute people on the opponent side. I noticed yesterday, actually, there is a need for a mute button for your teammate. Yes, Minions is working on Android. Nice, okay. I'm sure they'll do some kind of compensation to mobile users at some point. But more importantly, they're trying to figure out exactly what's going on with that update and why it's now been accepted, whereas previously it wasn't, and how to not fall into that trap in the past. Right. Hopefully, we'll get some action soon. That's what she said. Yes, it would be nice if people signed up. Or, you know, it would be nice if people just didn't change their fucking name. Destroy Minion Masters version 1.45. Or DARKCROW Dreadnought for Brain now. Oh, Dreadnought for Brain Naught. I guess that's what it's supposed to be. Not long enough. That's also what she said. Yeah, when you search for someone, it only searches for their in-game name, not their Steam name. Okay, it's happened, guys. These guys have actually pulled something out of their something, and game on. Right, DARKCROW against Destroy. Both players have lost 1 game so far today, so the loser of this is likely out. Right, so we have Milloween for DARKCROW in her Dynasty skin. Destroy Volko. Scrat Volko. We've got a Reconator in there that's very strong at the moment. Got to be careful with these bats against Volko, because Volko can sit there and look at them, but cannot do anything against them. So those bats getting a lot of damage, killing the Scrat Tunnel. I'm doing some face damage as well. Pretty annoying. In the future, the past is dead. Jesus. Okay, so Rekinator with Zip behind it. There is a Hypnotize in there, so they are kind of hurting each other. Not too much, though. And, of course, the Zip Zappinator does stun the Rekinator, so ultimately he ends up not really doing too much damage to it. This is a good bit of pressure from Destroy. Rekinator explodes as well. Here comes the hasted Zeppelin with the bonus. Having to Chain Lightning on his own face. So, Destroy doing a lot of damage there. He'll want to just do these pushes over and over again and do a bit of damage each time. He's catching up on XP though. Bridges are red and they're staying red for a while. Alright. Not really great value there. It killed the Scrats, but didn't hit the tunnel. Oh, that's a terrible Hypnotize. Didn't feel like a good Hypnotize anyway, but then it was misplayed, which kind of made it horrible. The Propeller Scrats. The Propeller Scrats with Rage are fairly terrifying. Oh, it just explodes again! But it still destroys quite a way down on XP at the moment. Why the Bounce-Free Flingers are so strong? Well, they're a decent anti-air unit, right? You get 2 of them per cycle with the Myriad. They're a cheap bridge grab. They're anti-air as well, which is nice. And of course, each of them comes with a Shroom to either buff themselves or another Zenshi minion. And as mentioned, because they are Myriad, you get 2 Shrooms per cycle from 1 2-mana card in your deck. Of course, you have to use it twice, but it only takes up 1 deck slot. Right, here comes the pressure now. We've seen Destroy putting a lot of pressure on himself, but now he's taking it. He's kind of low HP. Okay, this is going to be a better Hypno. Don't think he's going to explode this time. Destroy did put on some good pushes, but ultimately didn't do insane face damage. And found himself quite far behind on XP as well. Should have plenty of Scrats to tank this. We'll talk about Summoning Sickness in a minute, because I think that was quite important to what just happened there. But this looks like he's going to get overwhelmed here, and the Stouts are just going to be too much, and DARKCROW taking that 1 game to 0. So when you play a unit, it has Summoning Sickness, which means it won't attack or move unless it has the special rush keyword, like a Screaming Scrat, for example, for a second. So when a unit is placed, there is a second for the opponent to react and try to aggro manage. So, for example, when Destroy played the Zip Zappinator, and he wanted to use it to kill the Stout Hearts, DARKCROW was able to play the Unholy Ground on top of it, which spawns the skeleton immediately. So the skeleton ends up picking the aggro from the Zip Zappinator instead of the big Stout Heart guy. So that is something that you really need to, at the top level, you need to understand how that works, because there is that very small moment of time where you can react and apply things and make things better for you than for your opponents. I have a video about Summoning Sickness, I think, on my YouTube, as always. Mark, how you doing? Yeah, that's right, actually, Todd. They do a little AoE there with their bounce. They can chew through Scrats pretty quickly. So we used to have the situation where we had the Jade Flingers, who had the Shroom, and the Jade Flingers were shit, but they had the Shroom, which was good. So you played a bad unit to get the Shroom, and, you know, it was kind of balanced-ish. Whereas now you have the Bounce Free Flingers, which are okay, and they have the Shroom, so as a package together, they're just too much. Yeah, the AoE. It's kind of AoE. It's not really AoE, but it's like multi-target attacking. Which just really helps when they're chewing through little scrats and stuff. Just another thing that makes them just trade well against a lot of things. But I think the Shrooms need an overhaul in some way. Maybe only get one of them. No myriad copies giving Shrooms would help. Maybe Shrooms last too long, because it doesn't feel like there's any sort of strategy where you think, oh, I want to play this to get a Shroom, but I don't want to play it too early in case my blue golem's not ready to pick it up. It feels like that time is irrelevant because it's going to last for like 45 seconds or something. So I feel like if the Shroom didn't last anywhere near as long, then that would actually reduce the strength of it overall. You know, at least force players to have to think about that, how they're playing, how their cycle is. Maybe not being able to pick it up all the time, or having to play less than optimally. Also, I'd like to see some kind of visual that indicates how long the Shroom has left. So maybe it goes kind of brown or something over time, because you can't really tell. And also the other thing with Shrooms is you can't tell whose Shroom is who with regards to yours or your opponent's, which when they're on your side of the field, it's kind of obvious, right? But when they're on bridges, it's kind of frustrating. You don't know. Same with resonating blast crystals. You can't tell whose is whose. Same with corpses. You can't tell whose is whose. So there's a few things that I would really like to see and just have a little bit of graphical changes so that you can tell whose is whose. Right. So DARKCROW taking the first game 1-0 up. Milloween took a lot of early pressure. Saw a very weird hypno from him. But ultimately worked out alright. Okay, hopefully we're not going to have to wait too long. Some players do tend to have a little bit of a tardy nature. Sorry, Hachi. Reminder again, the PTR is on this weekend. So you can check out next season's cards, next season's balance changes. And next... if it's going to be in next season, but the new bridge changes as well. That's in the PTR. I'm going to definitely check that out either later tonight or tomorrow. So hopefully we'll get a hotfix soon to nerf the Wartrack Dreadnought. But as mentioned, the stuff with the Android patch. Android is working now. If you've been playing it on your phone, trying to play it for the last week or so, it is now working, so that's good. Okay. Game 2. King Puff against Tronbeer. think both of these are decently strong. Tronvir feels stronger in 2v2s. And here again we see how bad Tronvir is at dealing with Horde on his face. He attacks like once every 3 seconds. Did I say 3 seconds? 6 seconds. Which of course is not good against Horde. But he hits hard, so against big units, yummy. Right, Doom Cleaver out. Remember, every time he gets a kill, it's going to be a reduction of another Voidborn card. So you can see his Void Altar is down to 5 mana. He's going to need to support this, I think. Oh, I'm surprised he didn't Morgrel's Mark there. Right, ATG Drone will clear this up. We'll take a bit of damage, though. What about something happens to the unit when it picks up the shroom? So it's like has some kind of disabling effect for a period of time while it's picking up the shroom. So you can't just pick it up and go. I don't know. Shroom sickness. Coming up with all these fixes right now. Right. Not a great Hypno. Going to get a little bit of value. Probably kill everything there. So, you know, ultimately he's killed everything, done a bit of face damage, as well as also keeping the pressure and keeping that bridge on. Maybe they just need to lose Myriad. Okay, feels like this is really rough for Destroy. Here we see the Scrats are going to be a nightmare. He's going to take so much face damage. He's probably he's dead. Okay, 2-0. Those Void Altar decks can get out of control, or they can just get stomped a little bit if you get a lot of pressure on them. Okay, so DARKCROW takes that match 2 games to 0. The bridge changes no one eye are the collision coming back, so you can take bridges from collision, you can place units directly on the bridge that have horizontal split, and also you have to hold a bridge for 1.5 seconds before you take it. So some changes coming. Check out the PTR to see them in action. Right, let's have a look at the other matches. This may have been the only match that hasn't completed yet. Okay, so DSOO beating Set, DARKCROW beating Destroy, FICUS losing to YEFEI, NERZL against Chief has gone to NERZL, Evergrowing beat Centera, Bullfire beaten Electro. So we're just waiting for this last match to lock in, and then we'll have the last round of the Swiss part of the event. And we will know the top 4. Or at least the top 4 as it is at the moment. Be right back. Now, the eagle-eyed among you may have noticed, I don't know if it's on the screen or not, but you may have noticed that I'm joined by both of my friends today. My first friend is here, the Mana Puff plushie, and joined by my second and latest friend, the Nivea the Fallen plushie. Look how cool this bad boy is. And if you want to get your own, you can't. Because that ship has sailed. Here we go, this is going to be a good screenshot for someone. Right. Looks like the matches have been locked in. Okay, so we're going to go and look at the matches. And let me see if I can look at the standings here. Okay, standings. Right, so we're looking at getting a top 4. So we got DSOO who's unbeaten on 3 wins. We've got YEFEI who's on 2 wins. Set's on 2 wins. FICUS is on 2 wins. DARKCROW on 2 wins. NERZL on 2 wins. Bullfire on 2 wins. So that means that if they're on 2 wins, they've had 1 loss. So if they get 2 losses, they're probably out. Look at the matches going on here. DSOO and FICUS. DSOO's pretty much through. Could knock FICUS out. I think we're going to see Set against YEFEI, as both of these players are on 2 wins and 1 loss. And it could be the winner goes through and the loser goes out. So, get set up for this. So this is the final round of the Swiss part of the event. Final round where it's best of 3. And then we'll be into the elimination. But we're about to find out who is going to get into the elimination. So we'll get set up here and then we'll get the bans for these players. YEFEI will have been playing a lot on ladder. Set doesn't tend to play too much on ladder. Comparatively so. But ladder's not a great place to test things at the moment because of the war track. And maybe if we get a second, we'll talk about what's going to get nerfed with regards to the war track. Dreadnought. One of them is my girlfriend. Okay, we might be switching to a different match. What's up, Tangy? Okay, we're going to do DARKCROW and NERZL. Quick change. So. Right, so the standings are DARKCROW and NERZL. Okay, DARKCROW and NERZL both on 6 points, both on 1 loss. So loser is pretty much guaranteed to be out. So let's switch and do that instead. I am simply Sinobie's puppet. Right, okay. Let's get the bans in. Thanks for joining us today. This is Night's Duel number 35, I think. Almost 36, almost 3 years of these. So thanks for everyone joining. BetaDwarf, Minion Masters developer, and Team On and Frenzy bringing this to you. Sinobie's here with me behind the scenes. I'm bad as a fish, and I'm glad that you are with me. So we're in the last round of the first part of the event, the Swiss part. And we're going to basically, once these matches are completed, we'll have our top 4 set up to go forward to our best of 5 elimination. We're just waiting for the players to give us their bans. They can ban a master and 3. I was going to say specific or particular. I couldn't decide which ones. So just kind of rebooted it a little bit. 3 specific cards. And their opponent, of course, has that ban power back to them. You ban what your opponent cannot play. So we definitely have a ban meta. Lots of Armoon, lots of bounce reflingers, lots of APEP, lots of King Puff, lots of Ardera, and also some other random stuff as well. You remember that time that DARKCROW wanted to ban lightning, chain lightning, but banned lightning bolt because of a bit of a brain fart or a lost in translation or something? Adaptive Anarchy, I am not prepared to answer that question. All I can say is, have you seen that tongue? Where is it? Right, bans. Let's get those. Right, bans. We've got them. Right, player 1, DARKCROW. DARKCROW's banned APEP. Has banned Bounce Breed Flingers. Has banned a Kinlep. A Kinlep's Gong of Pestilence, remember? The gong on the back is a Kinlep's gong. The unit itself is not a Kinglep. That's just a Slither Beast. I'm sure you're interested to know. And also Chief Icebreaker Bolf. And then NERZL has banned King Puff. As well as Morgrel's Mark. As well as... which order should we do it in? So we got, again, Bolf. And again, Herald our Moon. Okay. Nothing particularly shocking there. Wait, that's Morgrel. That's not the right Morgrel. Morgrel's Mark. Fixed it. Right. That's correct. Okay. DARKCROW against NERZL. We're ready here. Remember, the loser of this is likely eliminated from today's event. The winner will not. That is tight. Right, I'm ready. We're just waiting for the players to hit that play button. A lot of love in the chat. Right. Little bit of a delay. Let's check the Steam forums to see what nonsense is going on there. Not play for 2 years. Yes, we know the new unit is OP as F. Okay, as always, nothing of interest there. Right. Yes, I do like my salad to be tossed. So I don't want to talk too much about my diet. Yep. Right, here we go. We're loading in.
Duel.
Right. Winner stays on. Okay. Bats, bats, bats. Morelia. NERZL playing Wrecked. And a familiar looking deck from him so far. So bats, 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 you'll spawn it. He might do it now. No. And then every mana you spend for 6 seconds, used to be 5, 6 I believe it is now, will give you a bat. And a lot of bats, depending on what your opponent has, can be very, very disruptive. Or if they have a Defenso Chopper, they can be irrelevant. Okay, is he going to Scrotillery this Reboomer? Reboomer is one of those cards that sometimes you've got to take the opportunity to deal with it, or it can just get out of control. Tanking the Cleaver, but doesn't have too much DPS on it at the moment. Okay, he's going to handle that nicely at the bottom there. Does take a big hit. On the Wogasaur Pup, but you know, that's just a trade. Didn't kill it. Did a little bit more face damage. Held the bridge for a long time. Right, here come the bats. Scrotillery comes in. Scrotillery's useful there because, of course, it just gives the back line a bit of a tank. Just the little guys to tank them, taking the hits from the Stout Hearts. Good XP lead for NERZL, though. But one thing we always have to consider when we see a Morelia game is that there is that chance of that Perk 3 Dragon being very influential. But historically, if we consider maybe the last couple of tournaments, we've seen Deadshot absolutely destroy a dragon before it got any value at all. So it's definitely something that can change matches, but not guaranteed. Kind of an awkward Hypnotize there. Does get some value from it though. Not much. What's up, Raven? Right, here come the bats. The illusory cleaver is great to pop in to kill those bats. I do feel like bats are one of those strats where you either destroy your opponent or they do nothing. There's so little between it.
Red gains the third perk.
We've had some great matches so far. Okay, NERZL in a strong position, but we've still got to just see whether NERZL can change things, and change things enough. Will NERZL get them back into the game? Will NERZL win the game for them? But here we go again with the bats. As the match progresses and mana becomes faster to generate, you end up being able to generate more bats. But if the bats are just getting fully shut down without really doing anything, it doesn't change too much. Right, big XP lead, more face damage coming off, and it just feels like DARKCROW's really unable to do anything here at the moment. Remember, Scrutillery available for NERZL to put face damage on. Heal from the spellbook can be something that DARKCROW can do if necessary. Get that 200 heal in an ideal situation. Right, here come the bats. Couldn't really save. I think he probably got as many bats as he could. Maybe not quite. But again, you see the bats just doing nothing. I feel like this is just a situation where the bats are just not doing anything. Here comes NERZL. Does he stop the face damage? Okay, only one hit on face. We're likely to see a heal coming from the spellbook. Oh, NERZL not hitting those things there. That's kind of annoying. No, he's going for the spirit. Is that... I don't know. How do we feel about going for the spirit instead of the heal there? I feel like that was probably too much. That was very greedy. Right, okay. NERZL takes that. Always in control, it felt like. The bats strat just got shut down really, really solidly. Which happens. That illusory cleaver was just perfect for popping them. But we've seen the opposite, where your opponent doesn't have any good way of dealing with it and they can just get untold value. In fact, they've contained 0 season cards so far. It's nice to experience minions without that damn tank. So, ideally we're going to have a hotfix to deal with that tank, but we still need to get to the bottom of what's going on with the Android patches. Android is up and running, but not entirely sure why. But let's just be happy that it is. Okay, so there was a chance that dragon could have changed things, but he was too far behind, too low HP, decided to go for a spirit on the dragon instead of healing, which I think was just a crazy decision. I don't know if did he know? Yeah, he did know his opponent had a Scrutillery. Do I want to spoil the football for myself, or do I want to watch it later? Right, let's check the other matches while we're waiting. Okay, so Destroy's beaten Bullfire. Ouch. Centera's beaten Electro. Evergrowing is 1-0 up against Chief. DSOO against FICUS. We've had no match results there. Set against YEFEI. No results there. Okay, so early stages. Okay, here we go. It's happening. Game 2. DARKCROW versus NERZL. NERZL a game up. Can he take the second and close this out? Do we get a decider? Let's find out.
Got a corker of a fight for you today, here on Minion Masters.
Okay, APEP in the blue corner with Korgoth. And NERZL looks like he's just playing the same deck over and over again, this time with Valorian. Okay, Korgoth in his opening hand, which can be quite important. Allows you to get him out quickly. Remember, you have to use that seal twice. And then you get the big guy. There was a bug fix in the last patch, so Korgoth doesn't hit units behind him like he used to. So he is easier to deal with. Right, Azali out, giving them shields, and we see already the second Korgoth after 52 seconds. That's the second seal, so the first Korgoth will be coming up soon. Oh, this is interesting. He's got the Frost... Okay. He got the Frostfang Familiar. I was wondering if he was going to hold that. Oh, that's a bit of a misplay, I think, from NERZL there for the Korgoth, but Vampiric now for Azali, but that's only going to trigger on a kill, but it does nothing. If it comes back out, it might get another, it gets a freeze here. Okay, triggers the freeze. That's going to be a bit more face damage. Right, and there we go. The big guy himself, Korgoth. Every time he gets a kill with his attack, it triggers Invoke, which reduces a random Voidborn card, or a Voidborn card in your hand with a random Voidborn card that is 1 mana more valuable. So you can see he's got, in his second card, he's got the Flying Dragon pack, which is a 7 mana card for only 5 mana. Also got another one for only 6 mana. So that's 3 mana reductions that we've seen there. Okay, Shen's going to do a good job shutting this down. Completely stun locking it. These are real whelps, so they're going to absolutely shred everything here. NERZL deciding not to commit anything. Now he goes with it. Okay. It was kind of weird that he waited until there was more stuff together, so there was more of a chance that he was not going to kill anything. Why did that look like a fake whelp? Didn't that just explode into balloons? Am I tripping here? Maybe that was his own... Oh, it was probably his own cleaver, right? Okay. Right, XP dead level. Swarmers become Dragon Whelp from the Invoke. Dragon Whelp explodes. So NERZL's just going to use his Shen every time. The flyby is great on the Shen because a slowed Shen can't attack quickly enough to actually put any damage out, or just stun lock something without putting any damage out. It's kind of annoying, it triggers his attack, but there's nothing there. Okay, you're going to get a big attack there. Okay. Right, Rammer comes in to put some pressure on. It's not really what he wants, to be honest, though. It's going to get shut down. He knows that there's a Shen waiting in the wings somewhere. Wants to get his flyby. Wants to get his flyby on the Shen quickly. Nice use of the totem there, sorry, to keep the Reboomer alive. It did ultimately die, but it did require a lot of additional commitment to it. Oof. Getting some face damage here, is he? That Shen, though, is MVP right now. You can see he's not... Ooh, okay. He didn't stun lock the Cleaver. Well, Cleaver gets a little bit more value, and we've got an XP lead for DARKCROW now. Just the value of the Korgoth being really valuable. Weird thing to phrase. There you see a bit of anti-air from the bounce free flinger. Oof. Bounty sniper. NERZL's gonna have to shut that down immediately. Korgoth barely getting to the bridge this time. It seems pretty close. Next Korgoth is almost ready to go. Remember, you can invoke a Korgoth into a Mardred, which I feel like it shouldn't be allowed to do, because you hate to see it generally. Unless your Korgoth just lasts for ages, and then you can get you basically get another big unit out at the same time. Oh, he's got a Brutish Betrayer in there, which isn't ideal. He's leaving the Shen on his face. It's kind of risky, but he does have the trap, of course. He can't take too much damage. He's got that Brutish Betrayer in his face. In his hand, sorry, which of course does have Blood Pact. But he really needs to shut this Shen down. Mana Frenzy coming soon. He can't really play that. But it can get invoked into something else. So it's not the end of the world. Mana Frenzy now. He gets his own Shen. Right. So you can see, for a moment there, DARKCROW realised he needed to put bridge pressure on. He didn't want to commit the big guy without having any bridges and potentially not having them. So he just put a bit of pressure on the bridges, got them level, got them his, and then he's going to push in with the big guy. He's got Mana Frenzy, he's got both bridges now. I expect him to be able to close this out, but you never quite know. He is very low HP. He does have Blood Imps and a Brutish Betrayer, and we've seen DARKCROW do some things before. He wants the invoke on those cards to replace them to be something else, so he can actually use them. He's got two cards in his hand he can't use at the moment because of the Blood Pact. Right, Mardred. That means that was an invoked version of Korgoth. Cleaver on face! Oof. I mean, he's had the bridges for so long. There's just no way NERZL can hold on here. He did a great job. DARKCROW had an awkward hand with those two Blood Pact cards. Just not being able to use them. And they just weren't getting invoked. Everything around them was. They were not. Just RNG things. But it worked out in the end. Okay, 1-1. These players both fighting for their lives in this tournament. Loser is likely to go out. That'll be their second loss. Very close. NERZL been a little bit predictable with what he's playing, but it doesn't seem to be hurting him too much. We saw that Korgoth was in DARKCROW's opening hand, which can be the difference between winning and losing. If that card was the last card in his deck, it takes him a lot longer to get the seals out. Takes him a lot longer to get his first Korgoth out. And when the matches are super close like that, that can be the difference between winning and losing. Yep, Shen was massively value there. Just stun locking, even when he was slow, just stun locking Korgoth. That's one of those situations where you've got Shen, you know your opponent's got Korgoth, don't waste your Shen. Keep your Shen ready for the Korgoth. Yeah, that was a good game. It was close. And it was kind of interesting because Shen had such... was able to shut down Korgoth so powerfully, but ultimately not enough to win the game. So that just goes to show that even if Korgoth's not out there, not really generating too many invokes, just the value of him being alive, being a huge HP pool, keeping the pressure on, that he just gets valued that way. Why was Mardred shredded so hard? Just a lot of DPS. A lot of poison in there. Right, here we go. This is the decider. 1-1. Yeah, Taluk does more than a cleaver's worth of damage against poison stuff. Might get a nerf. Yep. Taluk was a card that we never even considered in tournament play. Suddenly he's getting bans and being very influential in the games. Right. Korgoth again, but not in his opening hand, so let's see how that changes things. I'm assuming it's Korgoth. We haven't seen it, but it looks like the same deck. And again from NERZL, playing Diona this time. There's no restrictions at the moment that force players to play something different, but they are choosing, well, NERZL is choosing to do so. Remember, we do have that bug with Diona where the perk 2 Ruffles will often run off and die. Okay, so the first Korgoth has been used, but it's like 40 seconds later, maybe 30-40 seconds later than it was in the first game, just because of the card order. Yeah, it does double damage on poison or stunned units. Right, next Korgoth Seal. The NERZL getting a little bit of an XP lead to start with here. Well, I think he is playing a little bit different. Didn't have the Spell Dancer before, did he? Delane, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's tournament time here. Okay, we're almost ready for the first Korgoth. I don't know how long it took in the first game, but 1 minute 40 seconds in this one-ish. Time's still ticking down. We still need another cycled card.
Red got the second burst.
Right. I mean, NERZL, both players will be aware of how powerful Shen was in the last game to shutting this down. Let's see how Ruffles does here. Ruffles. Looks like he died. Yeah, it took a long time. There was basically 2 projects. There was one that got abandoned for the Android, and then the new remastered one, which was brought kind of in support with Netflix, although Netflix did pull out of the project at the later stages for reasons. Which actually worked out well in the end. And without Netflix, there probably would be no mobile. But mobile version is available. It's been down all week because of a delay in the patch with Google. But it is now up. And of course, there's full cross-platform play. So even in these tournaments, people can play in all different platforms. And if you're on PC and PC and Android, there is cross-progression. You can... share your account across those platforms. Right, NERZL has a big XP lead. It's done a lot of face damage. Korgoth is out. Let's see.
Red gains the third perk.
We have a Void Altar, which can be incredible, or can just get shut down. And it's getting shut down massively here, taking face damage. The Assassin has to go into the whirly, so it doesn't get a big hit off. Needs to pick up something in the middle here. They're Blood Imps. He's 258 HP. Blood Imps are out with their Blood Pact. 100 HP left. 11 HP left. Shen's on face. This is going to be game to NERZL. And I don't really think that the Void Altar play worked out at all. Right, that looks like NERZL has eliminated DARKCROW from the tournament and will go through into the top 4. Shootout. We, of course, will have to just double check all the scores coming in and see how the standings do end up playing out. But it looks like NERZL's done a great job of getting through at least that match. Right, DSOO and FICUS. Looks like DSOO took the first game there. Set has lost to YEFEI. NERZL and DARKCROW, as we saw there, NERZL winning that one. Chief beating Evergrowing, Destroy beating Bullfire, Centera beating Electro. So DSOO against FICUS might still be going on. There's been no suggestion that they won't keep them up and running. Why would they not? Right, the game is in active development. Okay, DSOO. DSOO against FICUS. Game isn't actively going on, so that means something. Luis, suction. Okay, looks like it's one game all between DSOO and FICUS. Okay. Let's jump into that one. DSOO, winner of the last 2 events. Okay. DSOO unbeaten, so he's likely to go through. Have a look at how many points is FICUS on. I think I might sneeze. I did sneeze. Okay, so FICUS is on 6 points. Okay, so if DSOO wins, FICUS is out. If FICUS wins, he might be through. I think he might be through on 9 points. So there's a lot riding on this. What Dreadnought deck? Every deck just gets a Dreadnought just pushed into it. That's how you know it's OP AF. The same when it was Rapid Response Reserves being super OP. Every deck had it. Right. Game 3, 1-1. Winner goes through. No, hold on. Yeah, no, I just forgot where we were. Okay. DSOO against FICUS. If DSOO wins, FICUS is out. If FICUS wins, he's through. If FICUS wins, they're both through, I think. Glad I made that. So clear. Right. Where's my screen? There it is. Okay, DSOO playing Morelia. Oh, okay, so I did a little bit of practice with DSOO yesterday. So I did see this deck, which is kind of a sniper spirit deck, which we like to see. I had some good games with him. Was quite tricky to play against. Right, here comes the flyby. No way to shut it down, but the spirit keeps it alive. Okay, That could be massive.
Obtain the first perk.
Remember, a few patches ago, the minimum spirit is up to 100 HP. So, snipers are one of those units that really did benefit from such a buff. Once the sniper has a spirit, there's a drastically reduced number of things that can kill it.
Blue has unlocked their first perk.
So now that DSOO knows... Sorry, I need to set the score for this match. Now that DSOO knows that the flyby is there, he's probably going to try and bait out the flyby with a regular sniper. Or he's going to get the spirit again. It has a shield as well, so the combination of the shield and the spirit, just enough to keep it alive. I'm not sure if it stays alive without the shield. He just misplayed that horribly. Wanted to keep that sniper alive, didn't. Feels pretty bad. He was trying to pick up the aggro on everything, but missed the most important thing. Right, Spirited Defenso is going to take some dealing with. Another sniper is out. We only see one good sniper removal for FICUS, I think. And there are 2 snipers available. Yep. The Void Altar, sometimes you win because of it, sometimes you don't. It's difficult. We've all been there, though. Right, Deadshot splitting those skellies. I don't think there's going to be enough to kill, and there is not. Right. What value can he get from the bounty sniper? It's going to be more difficult to get the spirit on the units that he wants when there are more units about. Just basically wants to avoid the little skeletons, really. He needs to get this, pick up this spirit from... Okay, so there's a couple of spirits going here. Here comes one. I remember the spirit vessel starts with a spirit now, so it doesn't end up eating up a spirit accidentally, which is a nice change. So he just wants to try to keep his front line alive for as long as possible with these snipers behind it. Okay. He put all those skellies next to the flyby to make it difficult for FICUS to target, and as we can see, the sniper did survive. It is slowed, but it is alive. And remember, the bounty sniper does give XP when it gets a kill or hits, or does master damage, I think. I don't think it's just hitting the master, it's master damage, so the shield will not stop it. Right. Not sure where that spirit went from that ghost turret. It looked like it might have gone to something that was just dying. Okay, so remember, DSOO with a win knocks FICUS out. FICUS with a win, they both go through. Okay, so he's got multiple ways of spiriting units, right? He's got the ghost turret, he's got the spirit vessel. He's also got... Oh, there's a ghost in there. That could be massive. The ghost is a problem. Oh, and remember, ghost gives a spirit to the unit it takes now. So it is cursed, but it is ghosted. That's scary. Okay, we'll die pretty quickly, though, from the curse. Flyby coming in. Deadshot doing a good job reacting to this. Okay, the sniper stays alive again. And that 1 HP sniper is going to be something that FICUS might have nightmares about. Dragon available. I don't know why he went at the bottom there. I mean, if he can get ahead of this bounty sniper, then it's probably okay. Right, bounty sniper's still popping off. XP's about level. This sniper at the top's going to die, but it's only a regular sniper. The bounty sniper's the most important thing. Nive's going to get locked down on face, but that's not really too important. It's just keeping FICUS's attention that is important right now. Again, here comes the flyby, but it's going to be split up. Some of them are going to hit tower. Oh, there was enough of them just to hit the sniper. That's a little bit frustrating. That could be very important in the outcome of this match right now. Right, FICUS ahead, despite the bounty sniper's best efforts. Right, Spirit's gonna go. Okay, this bounty sniper. He can't afford any other damage because he knows it's just gonna survive the flyby. Right, Mana Frenzy now for both players. This is where bounty snipers can get out of control if he can keep them alive. The ghost that we saw earlier was from FICUS' perk 3, so he's not going to see another one of those for a good while. Remember, in Mana Frenzy, all of your XP is converted into mana, so if you're getting XP from your bounty sniper, that bounty sniper is then giving you mana. And he's a cycle ahead of the flyby. The flyby was used to kill the bounty sniper, but the next one comes out immediately. So FICUS not in a position where he's able to shut them down straight away. Feng with the vampiric. But I think Deadshot's managed to hold on through a crucial part of the match where FICUS had Mana Frenzy and he didn't. And now he's got multiple bounty snipers out. No good clear that FICUS has to kill multiple snipers. Unless they're right next to each other. And we've seen even with the spirits, that's not going to work out. And this feels like Deadshot's going to take this game here. Again, the flyby just gets the kill. So FICUS doing a good job. But he's got to defend his face. He's got to put pressure on the bridges. He's got to kill the bounty snipers all at the same time. And doing that at a mana deficit because of the Mana Frenzy that his opponent plus bridges have. Okay, Deadshot's going to take this. Deadshot's going to eliminate FICUS. It was a super close game, but this is exactly how my matches against this deck went. Close, and then in Mana Frenzy, they're just too oppressive. Okay. DSOO did a good job there. Right. The dragon didn't do too much, but it did put pressure on. It did keep NERZL's, FICUS' attention. The names on the score on the screen are wrong because we jumped into another game and I didn't fix it in time. But that's fine. Right. Bazooka Scrat and Morgul's Mark doesn't work anymore. That's why you don't see it, because that's not how it works. Wait, hold on. Bazooka Scrap. Wait. Hold on. Am I thinking of the wrong thing? Morgul's Mark is a taunt. Am I thinking of Marked? Okay. I'm thinking of Marked. Yeah, Bazooka Scrap, Morgul's Mark. I mean, I definitely see that. Just not as much as you would think, I guess. Right. What did they used to play? Bazooka Scrat and Vulture Prime? That was the thing. Okay, so Deadshot goes through and FICUS goes out. Great game at the end there. We've had some really good games today. So if we have a look at the standings, that should be finalised. All the matches are finished. Right, so our top four. DSOO, unbeaten. And then YEFEI, NERZL and Set. YEFEI and NERZL both on 3 wins. Set squeaking through on 2 wins. FICUS only just out. If we look at the tiebreakers, Are the tiebreakers available on the public one, or are they just on the mod one? Okay, so tiebreakers, here they are. Okay, so Set goes through because of his opponent's set win percentage. So kind of the strength of his opponent. His opponent's set win percentage was 75%, whereas FICUS's was only 68.75%. So super close, but ultimately Set goes through. Despite not being an idiot? Who told you that? News just in. DSOO is going for, quote, a fat piss. Perfect. Right, so top four. DSOO is going to be against Set and YEFEI against NERZL. So this means we're going to be in the best of 5 section now. Single elimination, best of 5, conquest rules. So if you win with a master, you can no longer play that master. You can play the same deck, just no master. Right, top 4. Bye, Todd. Enjoy your pig roast. Hog roast. Okay, so DSOO against Set, YEFEI against NERZL. And we'll see who we go against first. Seems funny. Right, BRB. Okay, back. Right, it's going to be DSOO against Set in the first semi-final. So let's set up for that. DSOO, winner of the last 2 events. It's going to be a good one. Okay, so DSOO Set. So I wonder if that sniper deck is going to be something in both of the players' minds. We know Set likes to play the same thing over and over again. Is that going to be something that we see? Probably. Right. Bans. Okay, DSOO has banned Tronvir, Bounceberry Flingers, a Kinlep, and Bolf. Chief Icebreaker Bolf. And in return, Set has banned King Puff, Border Patrol. Did get nerfed in the last patch, no shield. Brothers of the Void. And ATG Drone. That feels like 3 bans. Actually, it feels like all of those bans are for 1 deck. Right, so no Tronvir for Set, no KP for DSOO. We've definitely seen DSOO use the ATG drone. So, I mean, the KP plus those 3 cards, I mean, maybe the ATG drone. I don't know. It seems like they're banning a lot of just a couple of decks. Right, okay. Semi-final time. Best of 5. Conquest rules, so if you win with a master, you cannot play that same master. The first semi-final we're going to watch here is going to be Set against the defending champion DSOO. And the second semi-final, which is going to follow this, is going to be YEFEI against NERZL. Right, let's come out of emote only before we forget about that. Right, let's get ready to rumble. Anyone excited about the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight? I'm excited to see Jake Paul get beaten. I don't want him to win. I want to see Mike Tyson destroy him. That would be incredible. Thoughts? My first thought when I see that second emote is always, is that person naked? Never seen it with the tongue before, but I mean, we did talk about salad tossing earlier. Right, got the thumbs up from Sinobii. The players should be ready to go. Hopefully DSOO's finished his fat piss. Right, here we go. We're going into the first best of 5 of the day, the first semi-final. The defending champion in action here, DSOO. He's won the last 2 of these tournaments. Looking to make it 3 in a row. Can he do so?
Throw down those cards.
Okay, I've messed up something, so let me fix that quickly. Okay, so we've got Apep DSOO. We've got Set playing Morelia. Okay, there we go. Right, Ardera here. We haven't seen Ardera yet. We often see a strong performance by her. Or her getting banned. Remember, when she dies, she rages everything around her. Plus, if they're Empyrean, gives them a Divine Shield. But it looks like DSOO's going to kill everything first, and then her afterwards, which is perfect from his point of view. Seemed like a waste of those skeletons there from Set. The thing with Ardera and these big pushes is you can often get them shut down over and over again, but you just need one good Ardera push and the match is changed. Yep, no OP scrap deck. Sorry, card. Tank card, thank God. We might see it in the next tournament, but hopefully then it will have got at least one balance change. There are 2 rounds of nerfs scheduled for it.
Blue got the second burst.
Second round, if it's deemed necessary. Right, here we go again. Ardera wants the shield guard with it. Or not. Okay, there's the shield guard. Remember, Ardera does self-damage to herself. It's kind of a bit redundant.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Right, there's the rage on the shield guard. DSOO did do a lot of face damage to him, though. Oh, I feel like DSOO's misplayed that. The Shield of Light murdering the Ravenous Swarmers. I mean, they'll generally have their decks set up, and then, depending on what the bans are, they'll either switch decks or just adjust as necessary. I don't think there's that many broken cards in the game. Okay, again, DSOO doing a lot of damage, but here's another push. Ardera is not with this one, so that should make it easier to deal with. It's looking a little bit scary. Deadshot doesn't have a huge amount of base damage here. I mean, just sort of AoE damage, just damage, just DPS really. Doesn't have too much DPS. He is ahead on XP, but he's clearing this push up, and the next one's coming. Set's going to have a dragon as well soon. Bison is not allowed to... What the hell? That's so weak. Right, Ardent Arch is getting huge value there. The heal really wants to kill this brother if he can. Okay, there we go. That wall helping out a lot. Okay, not too much value here, but oh, the smite though. Oof. Lady in Fray. Massive value. We've seen people on the Steam forums suggest that Lady in Fray is terrible. With all due respect, you are just wrong. Right, DSOO ahead on XP, doing some good face damage. Set has the dragon out. Can DSOO deal with the dragon plus the Empyrean business? Is he just going to try to ignore the dragon and try to kill Set in the meantime? He would like to. He's going to put the pressure on here. Beverlaunch clear. Okay, that's great. Ardera goes down. No buff on the shield guard. But DSOO does need to deal with this dragon. And as we've mentioned once or twice, he doesn't have a great deal of a great deal of DPS. but we've seen in the past tournaments how well he has dealt with these dragons. Those swarmers being huge. 2 rounds of the attack tanking that. Okay, again, the dragon doing nothing. He's got the bridges all this time as well, so Set is just dying here. Wait, Tyson is 58 now, I think. Okay, this is going to get shut down as well. Deadshot's doing a great job taking the situation when he gets the opportunity to kill Ardera quickly. And that's going to be too much. DSOO takes that. And I think he did a great job dealing with Ardera over and over. And again, for new players that struggle against big units like the Dragon, just watch how these top players deal with it. And you can see absolutely murdered it without spending too much on it. It was a really nice play. I don't know if it always happens or if you have to play it specifically, but those 3 swarmers that he played to tank the Nirvir, only 2 of them died to the first attack. So then there was another swarmer to tank the next attack. So that was 2 mana to tank 2 big long Nirvir attacks whilst his damage was shutting them down. So that worked out super well for him. There was a couple of medium on the scare meter, couple of medium scares with the Ardera pushes, but never really got the Ardera triggers that they wanted. What's up, Tarantula? Good to see you. The flyby was really good at shutting down Ardera. Doesn't kill her, of course, but puts the pressure on. She does do that self-damage, so any damage you do to her does restrict her. Are there any cool new minions? Does anyone want to tell him? Tyson got a hold, but that's so weak. Yeah, okay. Now you've just ruined it for me. Thanks. Oh, did you hear that they may be removing wildcards from pre-mades? Which, as a purist, is amazing. And not only that, they may, these are the proposals, having a pre-made restriction where you can't have any cards that are in both decks. So you have to have 2 decks comprised of 20 unique cards, 10 uniques in each. So that should make pre-mades way less cheesy and increase the skill ceiling a lot. A lot of people will hate that if you're playing your 6 times Blade Stars, 6 times Scrat Launchers, any kind of that crap, then you're going to hate it. You're going to have to actually learn to play the game. Right. So DC 1-0 up in this best of 5. He played APEP, right? So no more APEP for him. The Conquest rules, once you win with a master, you can no longer play that master. Here we go. Game 2. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Yes. Imagine that to be true. That changes everything.
Let's go.
Right. Game 2. DSOO, Ruffles, Diona. I said Ruffles because of the emote. Not that I've got Tourette's. And Set playing Apep. Diona, of course, a little bit bugged at the moment. So, we'll see. Bugged in a bad way. Ruffles just runs on and dies, and you often don't get anything from your vials, your perk 2. Maybe a cheeky bridge grab, who knows. But let's see. DSOO feeling that she's still strong enough despite that problem.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Would love to keep his Tranquil alive here if he can. Okay, Set did a good job there with the pincer at the right time, not allowing Deadshot any opportunity to try to react to it. Right, there's to see the first taunt trap at the top. That's going to... He's not going to win this at the top, maybe with the flyby, but he did keep that bridge blue for most of the time. Remember, you do have to hold a bridge for almost 4 seconds to get the mana from it, so if you do neutralize it just for a second against your opponent, depending on what it costs you to do that, it can be useful. There, Blanche, as we mentioned earlier, one of Deadshot's favourite spells in the game. Okay, we're going to see Tranquil at the top on the Shroom, I imagine. There we go. He really wants to get a good heal off on that Tranquil, keep it alive for as long as possible. We did see earlier in the tournament, I think against YEFEI, he had a Tranquil with 2 massive heals, which got him huge value. Okay, crossbow trap. Getting rid of the swarmers. I mean, this monkey's not going to heal at all, but he is holding the bridges for a while. Is this game pay to win? Well, no. But there has been a new card that just got added that is kind of OP as shit, and there have been some delays in nerfing it. Not at the dev's choice. So basically, no, it's not. But there is a new card that kind of is too strong, and it needs to be nerfed. And it will be. But unlike games like Clash Royale, you can't make your cards any more powerful than they just normally are. Which is one of the things we love about that. Right, that bear trap at the bottom there is going to be great. Picks up the battle monkey. Set getting an XP lead, though. But no, this game's very generous. It's super easy to unlock things. Get cards and stuff. There's a lot of free-to-play players that can compete at the top. There's no reason why you can't. A lot of the basic cards are very, very strong. We see a lot of common cards in this match here. If you look at the cards, if you see the little thing on the little gem on their bottom right corner, green are the most common cards, and we see a lot of those. Deadshot doing a good job here, but he's just not being able to just impact the bridges enough. He's finding himself falling behind. How is his extra trap going to help him compared to Set's free 4 mana card every 28 seconds or whatever it is? Okay.
Blue gained the 3rd perk.
He would love his monkey to stay alive, and it might do. He's going to use his trap. Okay, it's not going to heal while it's in combat, though, and it is cursed, so it's going to die to the curse, unfortunately. Set getting a little lucky with that curse bearer there. Grenadier doesn't quite die. That's kind of annoying. No, you don't need to spend a lot of money to win. This game rewards people being actually good at it rather than just spending money. All spending money does is get you access to cards sooner. Doesn't make them any more powerful. Doesn't help you in that way. And as I mentioned before, a lot of the most basic cards in the game are amongst the strongest. Like, we don't see many legendaries in this deck at all. Shen's probably a legendary. Rarity in this game tends to mean, if a unit's rare, it tends to mean it's more unique, not necessarily strong. Okay, Set's got a big XP lead here, and I think that's going to be too much for Deadshot to claw back. Groggy comes out, killing the sentry at the top there. Deadshot having to play in to take these awful trades on the bridge. Thank you. Yeah, Mana Frenzy. There's no way Deadshot can hold on here. He's been slowly dying. He just can't contest the bridges efficiently enough. He's going to do his best, of course. But he's only going to delay the inevitable here. He's a long way away from his own Mana Frenzy. So this red tide is just going to keep on coming. Okay, looks like Set's going to bring this back to 1-1 in this best of 5. Deadshot just delaying the inevitable. Some players in this position will just give up and stop. Other players like to fight it out and just see how they can do. Okay, that Batter Monkey on face is going to be too much. Right, Set's going to level this up. 1-1 in this semi-final. Best of 5. That match felt like we kind of knew the outcome 5 minutes ago. Just took its time to get there. Deadshot just couldn't be efficient enough on the bridges. Just slowly getting behind on XP, and then of course once you get to Mana Frenzy, that's it. Okay, 1-1. Still all to play for in this best of 5. Remember, this is the semi-final. We've got YEFEI, we've got NERZL in the second semi-final that we'll see after this. Why doesn't it attack the flyby unit? Why doesn't the flyby attack all units? That's just the way flyby works, right? When you target it, whatever's in that circle is a target. If it attacked everything on the way, that would be a massive buff to it, because it slows everything. You could always check my YouTube, Tarantula, to see all the new stuff. It's always added there.
Duel.
The patch notes breakdown. Right. Game 3, 1-1. Winter Arena because Set. Okay, something happens. Someone left. Either someone got disconnected, someone realized they were playing a broken card, something happened. What's going on? I don't know. They can hit more than one unit, yeah, if they're targeted on more than one unit.
Blue obtained the first perk. Red has obtained their
Okay, looks
first
like
perk.
Set may have DC'd here. It was right at the start, though, so we might replay. We'll try to find out. The the delay in the fix of the new thing is not something that's in control of the devs, really. Because of the delay on Android. Their latest Android patch took a week to go through. And as such, they couldn't do anything until that's happened. Okay, Set's gone offline on Discord as well, so he may have just disappeared virtually. Okay, we'll join back in. But this is going to be DSOO against the AFK bot. Can you imagine if the bot won? No, I didn't ever get around to trying the Blizzard one. I know some people play it, but I've heard that you do have to play a lot or pay a lot. Hey Marfina, good to see you.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Set is from Ukraine, which is obviously a war zone at the moment, so these things do happen. I hope he's okay. Said the Russians hit his power plant with a missile.
We have a winner!
Another day, another victory.
I assume he's on his phone now. Yeah, door's open because it's kind of hot today. Right, we'll just get to the bottom of exactly what happened and what's going to happen. Not a bug with the game, it's because he disconnected. Just a bad error message. Okay. Looks like Set can't continue. Right, okay, so that just looks like DSOO's going to go through to the final since Set can't continue. Let's get that confirmed. Be right back. Okay, hope everyone's safe. Always, you know, you can't even imagine what it's like living in a war zone. Okay, so yes. Okay, so what we're going to do is preliminarily, DSOO's going to be in the final and Set's out. But if Set is able to resume before this other match is completed, then we can continue that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Fingers crossed he can come back. But we're going to go to the second semi-final. I'll try not to talk with my mouth full. Which is going to be YEFEI against NERZL. This will be a good one. Right. So YEFEI against NERZL in the second of our semi-finals. Let's get the bans in, and then we'll get off and underway. I say YEFEI, it's probably not right. It should be probably YEFEI. Okay. Right, looks like NERZL and Nicola are practicing at the moment. Well, I think NERZL's just losing. DSOO, don't even joke about it. Right, so bans for this semi-final. As always, 1 master ban, 3 card bans for each player. And those are... YEFEI has banned... Milloween! High Inquisitor Ardera. Okay, let's do it in this order. Blue Golem, High Inquisitor Ardera, and Herald Our Moon. So all big power cards. And then NERZL has banned King Path, Oracle's Mark, Chief Icebreaker both, and Herald Our Moon. So both have banned Herald. Right. Like NERZL restarted his game or something. Okay, we're ready for this second semi-final. We're not entirely sure what's going on. Shut up! Biscuits, I can't resist. Mr. Points, what's up? Thanks so much for the sub. I haven't seen you in forever. Hope you're doing well. Right. NERZL against YEFEI. YEFEI. I don't know. One of those has got to be right. Thanks for the sub. Remember, we don't run ads during the tournament, so we do lose out on ad revenue, but you can make that up by hitting that sub button. We got any primers in the chat? Right, come on! Let's get ready to rumble! Oh yeah, we've got a giveaway running. Don't forget to get in that. There's probably a thing that tells you to do it, unless I didn't do it properly. I don't know. Right. We're just waiting on NERZL, I think. NERZL and YEFEI, we're ready to go. These two will... I think they would have probably played each other quite a lot on the ladder this season. NERZL's GM already. YEFEI's probably there or thereabouts. Right, here we go! Yep, both Grandmasters. They must have... I mean, they might not necessarily have played a lot, just because they're the same rank, depending on time zones and stuff. But they've probably run into each other. Okay, wrecked. Against Diona. Again, Diona's still being played, despite that kind of perk 2 bug that really detracts from Ruffle's usefulness. Right, NERZL's playing both. That wasn't banned, right? NERZL's banned. No both ban. I feel like you would rather ban both than Blue Golem, but let's see. Right. The usual stout business. Okay. Bolf's going to do a good job. Remember, Bolf has true damage, so he ignores Frozen. He has proposed for a change, and that change is he's going to lose true damage, but receive a new mechanic, which is called Icebreaker, which does double damage to frozen stuff. So his damage is going to be reduced, but then he gets the Icebreaker buff and does double damage to frozen stuff. So overall, it'll be a nerf, though. Right, XP lead for NERZL to start with here. Okay, Musketeer's going to just destroy that wolf. Okay. We're okay with that dagger 4. As long as he held that bottom bridge, it made it okay. Yeah, we had a bunch of free DLCs, some offers. It's now available on Android as well, if you've got an Android device, with cross progression between Steam and Android. So some cool stuff going on. Okay. They are pushing on this bridge. Nice trap. The flyby doesn't kill the Snake Druid, which could have been a problem. Turns out it wasn't. Spell Dancer does Spell Dancer things. I want to take too many hits at the top here. I don't think we have Girl Scout cookies, no. Okay, nice trap there. Help him with the DPS. Be nice if he keeps that. Oh, he keeps the trap alive. The Scrotillery tank him for the trap. That trap does really good DPS. Only does 50% damage to face now, but full damage to units. And you could see how powerful it was there. Cookies and gravy. I'm sure someone loves it. Okay. Again, the trap doing a good job here. Musketeer lives, so he's going to still be able to riposte here. Perk 3 is going to change the dynamics a little bit. That one punch blast for YEFEI is going to be strong. Another trap, though, of course, for NERZL.
Blue gained the third perk.
Again, a lot of value coming out from that trap.
the third perk.
The flyby plus the spell dance is quite a lot of removal. Right, one punch blast to face, jumps, one punch blast again. Remember, you get the one punch blast every time you jump. Again, power of it. NERZL's not going to kill this, but he's just holding it up, getting himself some XP, getting himself back in the XP race. Only 6 XP behind now, but a big push to try to be countered. Oh, that trap wasn't really... I don't... No jump. 5 seconds, there's going to be a next jump and another one-punch blast. Can he kill? Yes, he does. But again, NERZL's fallen behind. This does feel like YEFEI's match at the moment. Got a good XP lead now. Got another biscuit. Okay, NERZL's doing a good job at the top. Gets one punch blast in the face for his troubles, though. No, NERZL has played multiple Masters, but maybe the same deck with them all. Right, one punch blast. Murders. It's about to be Mana Frenzy. YEFEI's going to take the first game here, I think. He's going to do a bit of face damage. He's going to get Mana Frenzy. He's going to close the game out, and it just felt like he, especially from perk 3 onwards, that one punch blast seemed very powerful. There we go. YEFEI takes the first game. Right, this is best of 5, so first of 3. So, with the Conquest rules, that means that Wrecked has been played, has been won with by YEFEI, so YEFEI cannot play Wrecked anymore. Remember? Why people play the Grenadier? Because it's 2 mana and does ground-based AoE, so it can kill so many things. Cheap AoE. Generally, you don't play it on its own if you don't think it's going to win a trade, but as a back line, 2 mana AoE, a huge value. Kill Scrats in 1 hit, kill Skeletons in some hits. Is Blue a new master? Wrecked? No. Wrecked is one of the newest masters, but isn't by any means new. He was added in the Outlandish Operations update, which was in May of 2021. So, it answers your question, no. Tronvir is a new master, having been released... Well, he's the newest, and he was released in December of last year with the 2.0 update. So Tronvir is by far and away the newest master.
journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step.
This is wrecked. This is a different skin for him. This is his base. I can't... I've got a spectate set up, so half the UI I can't touch. Right, here we go. Game 2. I've just switched from one scene to the same scene.
Let's go.
Right, so looks like Yuffie's playing the same deck, but this time with APEP. And looks like NERZL may be playing the same deck, this time with Tronvir. Tronvir is the newest master in the red trunks, on the red team. The red side, on the right side, NERZL is Tronvir. Tronvir, of course, has that big auto attack, but slow, and has his runes and runic empowerment. His attack does have a knockback as well. Okay, absolutely murders that wolf.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Okay, so we see the first rune coming up from NERZL. It's the blue one. That's the Frost Shield rune.
Blue has unlocked their first perk.
Okay, uses it to spin around the Grenadier, and the Grenadier gets shut down. Shock Rock kills the Boomer and stops the top bridge being taken. Nicely done. Freeze. Now, the units that are red, they do feel a little bit too red to me still, but that means they've got rage. That means they do 50% additional damage to what their normal damage is. Which, in English, means they hit like a fucking truck. Right. NERZL has the Ancestor rune, the orange one. That means he can spawn a couple of guys. There they go. Spawns them in the middle to put pressure on both bridges. The rune, of course, is a building. You can use it kind of a tank, depending on how it works out, but often it doesn't really do too much.
Blue just got the second perk.
Okay, Jinglong with the Zenshi flows, stunning everything beneath it. Jinglong did get nerfed in a recent patch, so it doesn't do as much damage underneath it compared to what it used to do. But it still has that very strong stun, AoE stun, that can be repeated with your spell casts. Okay, he tried to... It was a good attempted Shock Rock. He tried to keep the Musketeer alive by killing enough of the flyby. Didn't quite work out. So the way that Tronvir's perk 3 works is he's going to have a big word stone, which is a rune stone with all 3 runic inscriptions on it. But he only gets that once. He also has a runic empowerment as well, which will empower the next ground minion with all of those as well. So it's kind of a big power spike. Does also have a cooldown reduction with his runes, his regular runes as well. Oh, the Scrotillery just missing the top bridge. That's kind of bad for NERZL, especially because he's behind on XP. Has to commit something. A little bit of a misplay, and those misplays can really hurt you at some point. The rune at the bottom doing a good job holding everything up, keeping that bridge red for as long as possible at the bottom for NERZL. Does Taluk do double damage against frozen units? Does anyone know? Okay, Yuffie's got a decent XP lead at the moment here. NERZL's close to his perk 3, and he needs that big perk 3 power spike to really change things. He's just used the rune before the perk 3. It's going to be a while until he gets his next one. About 17, 16, 15 seconds. A little bit of real-time counting there. So the next runestone is going to be the Wordstone NERZL. That's going to have the Wind Rune buff, which means it does damage. It's going to have the Ancestors units that come along with it. It's going to have the shield as well. Plus his next ground minion is going to have all of those things. So that could be very important to the outcome of this match. It is close. And as always, you don't really want to hold on to your perks too often. There it is. Runestone on face. He's going in for face damage here. Plus the big buff at the bottom. Shockrock kills the Boomer. Okay, he's going to do some damage here. He went really aggressive, deciding to go for face instead of sort of just trying to put pressure on the bridges. And it might be the correct play. Next Boomer comes up. He's already shut down a Boomer, so that I guess that must have been a Boomer coming in from the perk as well. And he's done it. NERZL. We spoke about that power spike coming, and boy, did it come. Went really aggressive with it, put the pressure on face, and that was all she wrote. Right, 1-1. That was interesting how he played that. Super aggressive. I thought he was going to be more control orientated, where he just tried to hold the bridges and come back with getting back into XP, level XP. But of course, with a perk like that, that's kind of a one-time only sort of big power spike. So you need to take and get the best out of it. Because if you don't, the longer the game goes on, the worse it is for you. It's kind of like Nirvir's Dragon. Once the dragon's come and gone, you've basically got no perk 3. You could argue that it's kind of balanced into our other perks as well, but those big power spikes, the same with Ravager and the Terror Brutus and the Brutus, once those perks have come and gone, you've got no more perk, and your opponent may well have a perk. So the longer the game goes on, if you don't make the best use of those pushes, it might not be good for you. Right, someone restarted their game. Looks like it's YEFEI. YEFEI. I'm definitely pronouncing that wrong. But I'm doing my best. Right. Thanks so much for joining us today. We've still got some action to go, of course, but appreciate you guys being here. If you haven't played Minion Masters, you should try it out. It's a super fun game. It is free to play. It's on Steam, Xbox, and on Android. There's cross-progression, cross-save between PC and Android, so you can share your account between those. And it's super free-to-play friendly, so I would definitely encourage you to check it out if you're interested in a free game. It's pretty easy to get into, but it is pretty damn difficult to master. There are things that we all learn. Even after thousands of hours of playing this, we learn new things, new interactions, new ways of doing things, and that's always cool. Especially when there's new things added as well, new keywords, new mechanics, new masters, new cards. We get new cards two new cards every month that are normally pretty well balanced. This month's ones are one of them is horrifically overpowered. But that will get fixed soon. Just let me in! You're here, you're in! Are you in yet? So the proposed changes, if we get time to talk about it, the proposed nerf, hotfix nerf, which we're not sure when it's going to be, for the War Track, is the perk 3 version with the Scrutillery cannot hit air. That's a big nerf. Also, the Scrutillery can only target what's in front of it. So you can tank it like a normal big unit and put stuff behind it. It's going to lose a bit of HP as well. And there's going to be a bug fix to its hitbox, which is currently way too small, which does really make it difficult to deal with. you've noticed, you play a unit on it, it has to go inside it to hit it. So that's the proposed nerf to it, and there is a second round of proposed nerfs as well if it needs it, which I think is something to do with its AoE, its missile range. I think overall reducing its range from 8 to 6, I think that's going to be quite a big nerf. Maybe adjusting its HP or not. But anyway, so there's some big proposed nerfs coming to it. We just need to get it out. So the thing is, right, if you've got a game and you're on just, for example, Steam, it's super easy to manage your pipeline with regards to hot fixes, patches, stuff like that, because you can basically just upload the game and the patch goes live. There's no reviewing, there's no testing. Of course, the devs do the testing themselves, but from the platform Steam, they don't have to do that. So it's super easy to roll out those patches. But when you have a game like Minion Masters that's on Xbox and on Android as well, with the fact that all the players exist in the same ecosystem, they all need to be on the same version of the game. So if you release a patch on one version of the game, you need to release a patch on all the platforms so they remain the same. And the problem is, unlike where you can just roll out a patch on Steam and it's no problem at all, Xbox reviews the patches, which can take a while. Android, Google review patches, that also takes a while, and that's why the last update for Android has been offline for a week, because the update has been in review with Google for over 7 days. And it has gone, the patch has gone live today on Android, so Android is now up and running, but it's not entirely obvious to the devs why it suddenly started working. Despite the fact that they've just resubmitted the same build that Google said was broken before and is now okay. So it's yeah. So it's a bit confusing. So because you've got these platforms that potentially take longer to update, then that means it's more difficult to roll out these hot fixes quickly. So the devs, of course, this is mobile publishing with Google to the devs is new. Obviously, they're used to. What are we waiting for, by the way? They're new to publishing on Android, so all of the patches on Android before have gone through. Well, almost all of them have gone through without problems quickly, and then suddenly there was this last patch that got stuck in review for 7+ days. And despite the devs' best efforts to get in touch with Google and ask them like what was going on, there was basically no feedback. And then the feedback, as I understand it, after 7 days were just like, it doesn't work. But then suddenly it's working. So, you know, that unknown just makes it difficult to plan in advance. That's just, you know, these live service games on multi-platforms. It's just one thing they've got to try to handle.
Let the fight commence.
Right, here we go. FDM's in the chat. He might be able to tell us more about the situation if he wants to, or maybe he'll just say, "Wow, Fish, you did such a good job explaining that, I don't need to say anything." Or he might just take that as an easy get-out-of-jail-free card. Right. Game 3. Game 3. 1-1. Best of 5. See, look at the Grenadier at the top there. Look at it killing all those scrats and taking the bridge. 2 mana. I mean, it's going to die here, but what would you expect? It's killed a bunch of stuff. It comes up against a legendary Jolo. Jolo's always going to win that.
Blue unlocked the first perk.
Valve might be a bit too hands-off. Yeah, maybe. But as long as the developer is handling things appropriately, then that's fine, right? I love those biscuits, though. Right. Flyby came in on the Defenso, but the Defenso died, so the Flyby said, no thanks, I'm out of here. So that was kind of a waste. So NERZL reacting to the Daggerfall. Remember, if your opponent uses a spell, if you're waiting for the spell and you're trying to dodge it, if you watch their Master Tower, that's the earliest indication there's a spell coming. There'll be some kind of animation from the Master Tower. There'll be a little scroll with an icon on it, but you're just waiting for that animation. As soon as that animation starts, you know there's a spell coming. And based on the setup of the game and what's going on at the moment, and what you know they have, then you can kind of make the assumption that, okay, Daggerfall's coming. Let me try to dodge it out of the way. So, like, that's super important. We've seen Deadshot do some really good plays with the Black Hole. I mean, sometimes with the Black Hole, depending on what they're playing, sometimes the spells are super fast and you've got to react so fast, or even predict things. I think in one of the last tournaments we saw Deadshot do an incredible reaction. I don't think it was a reaction play. I think it was a prediction play to save his prop scrats against maybe a Blast Crystal. And the Blast Crystal was one of the worst ones to react against because it didn't actually have the animation because of a bug on the Master Tower. But anyway, let's talk about this game. NERZL's got a decent XP lead at the moment. He's playing Ratbo, so he does have the Daka, so he's looking for potential good Dakas. And that's his perk 2 big removal spell, of course. Well, I mean, the War Track did get nerfed after the PTR, but it just didn't get nerfed enough. I do need to do a better job at testing the new cards. I don't really enjoy doing it, but I feel like I should just force myself to do it. Just to help everyone out. Damn Fish, you're so selfless. Stop it. Okay, so the flyby locks onto its target when you spawn it. So you can see there that the Scrat tunnels moved and the flyby followed with it. But of course, when you move it, when you use the emergency tunneling ability, you do get more Scrats from it. So nice block there against the Daka. Flyby's coming in on face. But that's great work from YEFEI being aware that the Daka is going to be coming. He kind of baited it out with the Wharf and then blocked it with his Totem. Remember, the Daka will attack whatever's closest to it, but it does have that small period of time whilst it's locking onto the target and you can react to it. NERZL's doing a good job at the moment. He's got a lot of little units. Okay, that's a good Daka. Again, a good Daka. See, like we talked about earlier about the Daka, that big removal spell. You're not at the top level going to be killing Colossuses in one hit very often. But he was able to kill that raged warrior. But what is a Daka 1 mana now? And it kept his boom buggy alive. My brain was yelling boombox. But all these Scrats are being really good to tank all of these units. But they're on face now, so he needs to be careful. He doesn't want to take too much damage. He can push stuff off maybe. Okay, this is a little bit scary. He doesn't want to take too many more hits from these Woodsmans because they do hit really hard. Flyby comes in, doesn't quite do enough damage, but it will slow the boom buggy. And the push continues. That warrior just gets on face. Right. NERZL just needs to hold on. He's got a decent XP lead. He's going to get to Mana Frenzy, 200 XP first, if he's alive. Good counters to the Defenso. Ranged units. A Cleaver is good against a Defenso because it hits it so hard in one hit. Just basically anything that's not melee. Or the only melee that's really acceptable is something that's super heavy hitting, like the Cleaver. Air units that are not melee air units, like the Propeller Scrat. Right, I'm not sure what that Daka hit, but it didn't seem to do anything useful. Right, Mana Frenzy coming for NERZL. Needs to just survive this hit. Flyby is coming in. Probably a Daggerfall as well. There it is. Right, Mana Frenzy. Boom Buggy. Oh, Boom Buggy dies. Jolo's going to be tanking in there. NERZL is so low HP. Remember, we've got to remember, though, he's alive. He's at Mana Frenzy. He's going to start trying to push the bridges, but he's so low HP. We've got Daggerfall, we've got the flyby that's just going to be rotated onto his face, and I think he's just going to lose to those spells. He has no healing, he has no way of preventing a lot of that damage. Right, Mana Frenzy for YEFEI here. Here comes the Daggerfall, 142 HP. Flyby comes in as well. Remember, you can shoot the flyby down as it comes in, but it is difficult to get them all. 86 HP. And I think, looks like NERZL's getting position on the bridges, but as I say, it's those spells that are coming in that are going to be hugely problematic. Trying to shoot down as many as he can. He's down to 30 HP and the Daggerfall. Right, YEFEI takes that 2-1. Very close in the end there. Just took too much face damage. I think there was just one particular situation where there was a couple of stout hearts on his face, raged of course, thanks to Revelry, and they were just doing too many hits, unfortunately. If he just had just another 100 or 200 HP, could have really put the pressure on. Delord, if you missed it, basically anything that's not weak hitting melee units. Ranged units, flying ranged units, heavy hitting melee units, like a cleaver or a blue golem maybe. But anything that's small and melee will just get eaten up by it. Also, one of the things that people often mistake with the Defenso is they try to kill it instead of just letting it get on their face and let their master deal with it. Because the thing with the Defenso, it's kind of annoying to deal with depending on what you have in your deck, but it doesn't do much damage to face. Just let it pass, let your master and a little bit of defense maybe deal with it, get back on the bridges, go about your day. A lot of the new players, there's a few things that new players always make mistakes with, and that is, one, not using your health as a resource. They try to prevent any and all face damage at any cost, and that is just not the way that we play the game. FICUS says, fix the bug for getting kicked out of the game. I haven't had that at all this season, I don't think. I'm not sure if the devs are making any progress on that. But some people definitely struggle with it. Okay, so new players always prevent face damage at all costs. Using minions to tank, using way too much mana to kill stuff. Health is a resource. That is one thing that new players can learn that will hugely increase their Minion Masters prowess. There are many other things as well, but that's one of them. Everything has counters, except the War Track, but it will have counters when it gets nerfed. And it's about learning what's weak to what minions beat what minions, and then that knowledge helps you plan your decks and play your matches way more efficiently. Because ultimately this game comes down to mana efficiency, right? If your opponent spends 6 mana and you kill whatever it was for 2 mana, boom. Winning. If your opponent spends 6 mana and you spend 6 mana to kill it and take a bridge and do a bit of face damage, that's way more efficient. But yeah, everything has its weaknesses, right? And it's just about knowing those and exploiting them as much as possible. But that's easier said than done, of course, for newer players, because there's 288 cards or something in this game. There's 14 masters. There is a lot to learn. And that really is just the first stumbling block. Just knowledge. Knowledge is power. once you understand how everything works, you can just be way more efficient. It's also not just as simple as that, because you have... So you have to learn how the cards work and interact with each other, right? And then you have... There's like a lot of keywords and mechanics that you have to learn. But also, there are some kind of weird inconsistencies with things that work in certain ways that are kind of exemptions to the rule. And you have to learn those as well. So there's a lot to learn. But that's the cool thing about the game, right? It's super easy to get into, really basic at the basic level, but there's a lot to learn. And there's always room for improvement. Right, we've got a little bit of a delay. Yeah, often when you're taking face damage, you're effectively converting your HP into something else. Probably mana. I mean, not directly, but by taking damage on your face, you're preventing your units from taking damage, which means they can be more efficient. FICUS got DC'd in this tournament. I don't know what's going on with that. But I mean, if you can't reproduce them, how are you supposed to fix them? We have a few ones like that. Like the invisible spells, the corpses. Right, sorry for the delays between these matches. We're trying to get the players to hurry up as quickly as possible. But at least we get to chat about it. I get some lags every now and then, but not very often at all. Very rarely get disconnected. Yeah, I don't know. There's been a lot going on over in BetaDwarf world. Okay, these players are taking way too long between matches. They need to hurry up. There's normally a 3 to 5 minute limit between games. If they are too late, they might get yelled at by Sinobii or ultimately get punished. Right, we made it. Let's assume Sinobii just yelled at them. That noise. Okay, this is game 4, 2-1 to YEFEI. Is he going to get to the grand final? Or is NERZL going to fight back? Milloween. Candy Cane Milloween against Diona. Yeah, some people seem to get a lot of crashes, and then other people, like myself, just get none. Very confusing.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Okay, Bolf's going to spank these skellies pretty quickly. He's going to get stunned with the Jing coming back. Scrotillery comes in, kills the Jing. That's kind of massive. Great start from NERZL. Has the bridges. This is an accursed Milo deck, by the way. Toll of the Dead. So you can see the counter next to the cards on the left with the little skull. Currently at 15. Needs to get that to 80. And you increase that basically just by playing cards from the accursed faction. Once you hit 80, you hit what's called Accursed Ascension, and some of your cards become better. Like Toll of the Dead, for example. Or Skeleton Crew. So YEFEI's playing a deck that's going to be stronger in the later game.
Red got the second perk.
I don't know, Destroy. I don't know what priorities are. It's a difficult thing to balance. They've got all these new features that they want to develop. They've got some other issues as well. Don't know who's making the decisions there. Right, again, the Jing. We haven't seen this Accursed deck much this season. It's just not very good in the meta. Wasn't very good against Rystars. Not very good against Wartrack Dreadnought, in my experience.
Blue has obtained perk number 2.
So we're probably going to have the situation where NERZL gets a decent lead, and then Accursed Ascension's going to hit for YEFEI. And then he'll try to come back. Who's at 49 Spectral Essences at the moment. 52 now. Once he gets to 80, that's when things will kick off. Jing getting some good value here. 60 out of 80, but he's like 50 XP behind. That's huge. But we've seen these Ascension decks come back. Ruffles is going to grab this bridge! Okay. No words. Okay, one more mana for Ascension. Here it is, right. Okay, Harmful Souls now becomes even more insane. Toll of the Dead is going to raise more skeletons. You see those green circles? Those are the remains that will become reanimated when he plays the next Toll. So he'll get a big power spike from those. But he's a huge way down. It's getting to the point where he's so far behind on XP that he may need to just kill NERZL before NERZL gets Mana Frenzy. Okay, here's the power spike with all these skellies spawning on face. The poison AoE is going to be really important there. He's only 20 XP away from Mana Frenzy. NERZL's healthy, he's got a decent amount of HP. Just feels like he's in control here. He's having trouble getting on any bridges at the moment. Hey, as you can see, the game really has changed since Ascension. But it really does feel like NERZL's too far behind. He's about to get Mana Frenzy. 50 XP behind, exactly, is YEFEI. How does Ascension do against 50 XP's worth of Mana Frenzy? Let's find out. Okay, just got the bridge at the bottom there, did NERZL. That's important. Okay, the bridges are red. There's no way he can hold on here, right, guys? Morgul's Mark taunting everything on to the defense in the pocket. It's going to be too much. YEFEI trying to hold on, but we're going to go 2-2. We're going to go to a decider here. Here comes the Scrutillery.
No one will stand in my way.
G. Right, 2-2. Game seriously on. From your waistline. It's easy to add them, not so easy to remove them. Okay, so remember in the first semi-final, it was DSOO against Set. Set had power troubles, so he wasn't able to complete the match. So it's looking like DSOO is going to be in the grand final, unless Set can come back. Okay, hopefully there's not going to be a long delay this time. Right, 2-2. Did I update the score? No, I didn't. I did, I just didn't save it. Okay, so NERZL won with the owner, right? So no more Diona for NERZL, as are the Conquest rules. Right, we do have giveaways running as always, so if you want to get in there, make sure you do. The players probably making some decisions about what they want to play in the decider here. So is it going to be YEFEI? Is it going to be Set? Not going to be Set. Is it going to be YEFEI or is it going to be NERZL against DSOO in the grand final? I haven't really seen a Curse Milo at all this season. Tried it a couple of times, didn't really feel good in the meta at all. But then if you're not playing Wartrack, nothing really feels that good in the meta. Right, here we go. The decider in this best of 5 semi-finals. 2-2. YEFEI and NERZL.
Let's go.
Diona for YEFEI. NERZL goes with an unsurprising choice, Volko. The Yuffie's going to be like pretty control. NERZL might be more aggro. Burger's going to get pretty shut down. Remember, there are those invisible arcane sparks. The first time you use the spell dancer, or the first time. S-Chan, what's up? In a game. That's something that will be included in the hotfix as well. Right.
Blue unlocks their first perk.
Is he actually playing crossbow clubhouse? Okay. Red Golem for NERZL, so taking face damage will not be too scary for him. Once he gets below 1500 or 1500 and below master health, his Red Golem will be activated. Which is like a blue Golem, but way fucking scarier. Okay, forced to play the Red Golem there. It's only blue, but it is at a Red Golem cost. But it is raged. But unfortunately now slow. Nice impetus. Ruffles is probably going to get that mana. Watch his mana bar. Maybe not. Crossbow Clubhouse is not something we see very often. Probably for a decent reason, but it did get buffed in the last patch, remember.
Red obtained perk number 2.
I feel like NERZL may have been trying a little too hard to prevent face damage early on. Get that Red Golem triggered and go. Burger's getting pretty shut down. Big XP lead for Yuffie here. Slowed FICUS still spins like a washing machine. Really awkward there. Had to play the activated Spell Dancer with nothing to hit. So he just wasted 2 mana. Okay, Mr. Points. See you in another 5 years. Okay, now he's going to get the Red Golem activated.
Blue has earned perk number 3.
Red Golem playing whack-a-mole with everything it sees. Is it a Red Golem or is it a Blue Golem? I mean green. There's the Growth Burst Shroom buff. So that thing is terrifying. That can get to tower and just snap everything in half. Well, the Rage Fergus doesn't quite kill both of them. The fire, though. Okay, Bear Trap's going to be helpful. Or no, it's going to walk around it. Okay. Is the Red Golem going to change the flow of the game enough? Trap's been really annoying, just forcing the fight onto NERZL's side of things. Oh, he wants this to go back and get that. Okay, so he's going to have the Red Golem at the top. It's going to get slowed, which is going to be annoying. Gets pulled back with the trap, and it's so slow, it's just going to take ages to get there. But it does have a huge wingspan, so it kind of worked out. But look at the XP. Massive XP. NERZL needs to go for the kill. Might have preferred Fergus being behind there. Okay, Boomer gets a big hit off. YEFEI should have enough little units and control here. It's almost on face, but almost is not enough. Oh, it nearly got one big hit off, but crumples. I know, I feel like NERZL maybe played a little too defensive early and didn't take face damage to trigger the Red Golem immediately. The Red Golem really has changed a little bit, but just not enough. Right, Mana Frenzy for YEFEI. He's going to be able to close this out for sure. Looks like it's going to be YEFEI against DSOO in our grand final. Stop iFly. Okay, 3 games to 2. YEFEI has defeated NERZL and is in the grand final against DSOO, reigning champion. Okay. Interesting strat going with the Red Golem. Can be disgusting, but the taunt traps, the crossbow traps, all of the little units, the slow from the flyby can be really powerful at just preventing that from really doing too much damage. Okay, that's it. That is the semi-final completed. The only thing left is the grand final. I'm going to get another drink. Be right back. Right, let's see what's going on. We're going to get set up for the grand final. YEFEI versus DSOO. Right. So let's set up a few things. Let's set up a what do we call them? A prediction. Okay. Who will be the champion? Will it be YEFEI or DSOO? Don't know. But you can guess. Yes, each by hand. Right. Was about to do something. Oh yes. To retrace my mental steps. Farming Simulator 22 is free on Epic Games. What? Right. Predictions up. Good. So this is going to be another best of 5 Conquest Rules. If you missed any of the action, it will be up on my YouTube as always tomorrow. Timestamps will be available. Chapters, whatever you want to call them, so you can easily find them. Find the matches. Okay, so DSOO is trying to win 3 in a row. YEFEI's trying to get his name on the trophy the first time. Of course, the trophy doesn't really exist except in our minds. Right in with a broken pencil is pointless. Confirmed. Okay. We have the bands. We have the power. We have the technology. We cover their arse quacks. Nice. I think science liked that one. Right, bands. Player 1. Who's player 1? YEFEI, I think. Right, YEFEI is banning. Milloween is also banning Avalanche. Remember, these guys did play in the first match today, and they are playing in the last match today. Cleaver and ATG Drone. And DSOO is banning Tronvir, Bounceberry Flingers, Unholy Ground, and Chief Icebreaker Bolf. So not shocking bans. Remember, we saw DSOO play a really nice Spirit Morelia sniper deck. Always good to see. So we'll see if he comes up again with that. We know YEFEI likes to play that wrecked deck with the werewolf, the angry wolf. Right, let's check that we're ready to go here. So, spectating DSOO, check. Spectating YEFEI, check. Someone's invited me to a game, no. Well, I think we're ready. We've got the bans in. The players know what they can't play. Let's see what they do play. Remember, Conquest Rules means if they win with a master, they can no longer play that master. Which ultimately means they need to win with 3 different masters. That a winner of this best of 5 will be the Grand Champion. Grand Champion. That doesn't sound right. Did I make that up? Grand Champion. The winner of this will be the winner, and the loser will be the runner-up. Right, what did Sinobii say? Thumbs up, okay. So we should be good to go. I think YEFEI's been a bit slow today. Hopefully we can get through this without too much delay. Okay, we've been going live for 4.5 hours. We've been working towards this point, and it's here. It's grand final time. YEFEI from China, DSOO from America. It's global. It's Minion Masters. It's wrecked, as expected, against Morelia. Is it going to be the sniper Morelia? Let me check. No, it's not. Okay. DSOO playing Bearvalanche, which I tried out with him in pre-mades, and the new Bearvalanche is pretty good. 180 damage, instant damage, plus freeze. No true damage anymore. But it is pretty good. But it is pretty good in 2v2. We don't know how good it is in 1v1. Okay, those arcane spheres. It's really annoying when you've got a unit with the arcane spheres on, but something is within them.
Blue obtained the first perk.
Dragon's Nest. Okay.
Red has obtained the first perk.
So remember, your opponent can put pressure on the Dragon's Nest, but you can, even if they've taken it's taken damage, like we just saw, you can still get maximum value out of it. Right. What does he have to deal with all of these munching? Oh, okay. Those whelps do a lot of damage. Okay, so basically both players know what each other are doing right now. Right, that's a singular Brother of Light. We know where that comes from. That's from the Raging Reinforcements, the new version, where you get the single Brother of Light, you get the 6 spear throwers, or the 2 warriors. Oh yeah, we saw the 2 warriors at the start, right? The 2 rage warriors. I thought they were zealots, to be honest. Right. Nice, clear.
Got the second perk.
So remember, you get 3 spawns from the Dragon's Nest, and they spawn when you cast a spell. And if it's a 5+ spell, they spawn with Rage. You get 2 each time. If you look at the Dragon's Nest, it does have 3 eggs on it. Currently, it has none eggs. None eggs, that's good English, because they've all spawned. We have to keep an eye on Kernaf, because Kernaf doesn't always seem to work quite correctly. I can't remember if that got fixed in the last patch or not. So the thing is, there's no easy spell that YEFEI has to either kill the nest or kill everything coming out of it. Okay. Nice heal from DSOO. Didn't really need the heal, but the removal was good. Oh, he's just missed the boomer with his... Oh, hold on. It looked like he missed it, but it must have been stunned because it didn't explode. Okay, Deadshot putting on a lot of pressure here.
Red gains the third perk.
And as the mana speeds up, he's going to end up with the ability to just cycle through to these Dragon's Nests hard and fast. Going for the heal, and remember the heal is a spell, so it does trigger the Dragon's Nest. I think he's misplayed that a little bit there. It's not like the old Breath where it's an area that does damage over time. It's instant damage, so you do have to target it appropriately. Right, here comes NERZL. Spawns defensively. because he wants to be able to build up a push with it. Going to lose a bit of XP, but he's already ahead his DSOO on XP at the moment, so that's not too much of a problem. One Punch Blast into NERZL. Let's see what he has. Does he push with NERZL? Does he push on the opposite lane? Let's find out. Here comes the Dragon's Nest. It's aggressive Dragon's Nest. Right, those whelps need to be handled at the bottom. NERZL is on face as well. This is going to do a lot of face damage to YEFEI. Okay, the Boomer's going to help. It doesn't kill everything. Not sure what that breath was. Was there anything there for it to hit? Right, so that dragon's come and gone. No more dragon for DSOO, but ahead. Did he just block that One Punch Blast? If you stun him, does he not do that One Punch Blast? Okay, DSOO's got a decent XP lead here. But he needs to try to hang on. He's going to take some face damage. Here come the whelps. Spirit, again, the spellbook. Giving that extra spell to trigger the whelps. Nice. Okay. A lot of whelps at the top. One Punch Blast will go through multiple items, remember. It's a line nuke now. This does look like Deadshot's game at the moment. He's got both bridges. He's about to hit Mana Frenzy at 200 XP. Here we go. Grabs both bridges. Next, Shrimps come out. And without something like a Beavalanche that could really shut these this line of Shrimps down, it's very difficult for DSOO. Very difficult for YEFEI to deal with that. Okay, Deadshot's going to take the first game of this grand final. Dragon's Nest, is it back? It is right now.
Oh, Blue loses it.
DSOO did tell me that he had been working on the Dragon's Nest deck. We were trying to try out some decks yesterday. I was just helping him practice, but he didn't want to bring out this secret Dragon's Nest deck because every time we tried to test stuff out, we always got people spectating us. So you don't know who these people are, but if you got some secret tournament decks, you don't want to tip your hands. And that's exactly what happened. I don't think anyone saw that coming. I know I had a lot of success last season with the Dragon's Nest. Got to contender in solos with it. This season, it definitely doesn't feel like it's going to do very well, and especially until the War Track gets nerfed. Right. So, that means that Morelia has been played by Deadshot, DSOO, and he's won with Morelia, so he cannot play Morelia again. Can still play the same deck, should he wish to, but not with the same master. And, of course, one of the reasons that that deck works quite nice with Morelia is you have a spellbook, which is full of spells, except the skeletons, which are minions. You know they're minions because you can copy them with Simulacrum. If you're lucky stroke unlucky. And, of course, he has the dragon as well. So he had a nice situation where he had the dragon at the top, he had the whelp procession at the bottom, and was able to push on both lanes and did some decent face damage at that point, but more importantly was getting a lot of XP. Haven't seen Beam in a while. Yeah, I don't think we've really seen Beam at the moment today, have we? Feels like more of these cheaper, more usable spells are kind of more in vogue. Beavalanche is super strong, ground clear, with the slow as well. What do you guys think of the Rimmergul's Breath, the new one? I did make a video on my YouTube about it. A little bit of gameplay action. It does seem pretty decent. Not sure about solos. It is definitely different to use because it's instant damage, so you either hit something or you miss it. It's not like before where it was Frostfire on the ground and you just have stuff walk into it. What is that thing on the bag? That is Kerneth Crystal back. It's actually got 3 R's in the name, actually. I would show you, but I can't without losing the spectate. We can maybe bring it up on the wiki. Basically, he has crystals on his back that trigger when someone uses a spell, and it does damage to the closest 3 things. We do, of course, have a Minion Masters wiki that is pretty damn up to date, thanks to Jack here. That's a great source of information for all of us. I was going to show it to you, but there's no time because it's game time. Did I set the score wrong? It's 0-1 to DSOO. Sorry. I know what I'm doing here. Right, game 2. Dragon's Nest again from DSOO. Dragon's Nest King Puff. This time, YEFEI has maybe considered that he's going to play that same deck again, and this time he's got the Bearvalanche. Now, often you... Oh, he's got Bearvalanche. Okay, this is really bad news for DSOO, I think. Bearvalanche. He's going to Shock Rock this. No. Okay. Okay. I mean, that worked out, I think, okay for DSOO. They all... Okay, 2 of them survived. But he had to spend a lot of mana to shut that down, right? But then he kind of gets the mana back in these worlds.
Red has obtained the first perk.
If somebody has a lot of stuff betted on them and they win, you get very little in return. Right, it's going to kill those, but kill that as well. Right, there's Kernaf Crystal back. If you watch, if there's a spell used, which probably isn't going to be this time because he has no mana. Right, okay, let's have a look. XP for YEFEI at the moment. Oh, we need to be careful with the... Oh, that Bearvalanche is so strong in a lot of situations. Here comes Azog to put on some pressure. But I think he wants to get the Dragon's Nest out whilst Azog has been used.
Blue has obtained perk number 2.
Hey, that shot chilling maybe a little bit too much here. Grabs the bridges. Here come the whelps. Flyby on it. But remember, as long as he gets them out before it dies, that the damage on it is basically irrelevant. Probably a mark coming somewhere at the bottom, maybe. There it is. I'll Shock Rock. Okay. Nice stun. Oh, okay. Boom. Boom a gore. Good XP lead though for YEFEI. Done face damage as well. King Puff very strong at perk 3 though. Okay, he picked up a spirit on one of those warriors from King Puff's perk 2, the Royal Gifts. They're going to get slowed, which is always annoying. Okay, Bridge Switch keeps them away from danger. These are fake whelps, illusory whelps, so he doesn't need to worry too much about those. They will, of course, be a little bit annoying, but not like their real brethren. Okay, that's such a good answer. And you can potentially jump with Azog, potentially jump out of the breath as well. These breaths feel a little bit forced. Don't feel like they're getting too much damage. But we're still close. And we know how powerful King Puff perk 3 can be.
Gained the third perk.
Oh, that feels like a desperation play then from Deadshot. To me, it feels like Deadshot's waiting for YEFEI to play his Azog before he uses his Dragon's Nest. Deadshot's dead here. He could maybe push him off face with something. Right. Okay, 1-1, and that felt like YEFEI clearly adjusted to that deck. The Bearavalanche, really good against that. And I would hasten to guess that we won't see that deck again from Deadshot, unless he pulls it out after maybe 1 or 2 more games. Right, 1-1. They're definitely a deck that can get a lot of value if your opponent's not expecting it. But the Bearavalanche really shuts that down a lot. Also, the Azog as well is able to put a lot of pressure on that as well. So those 2 cards really just destroyed Deadshot's chances with that deck, I think, in that match. But a good reaction from YEFEI to see that, to kind of make the decision that DSOO was going to play the same deck and then be ready for it. From playing the new Rimagal's Breath, and I need to pay more attention to it, but I feel like it does its damage a little bit before the visual, which is a little off-putting at times. Things just die and then the flyby comes through. But we'll need to watch that, maybe look at a video or something, if it does need fixing. If it does, we'll add it to the list of things. Right, grand final, best of 5, 1 game all. YEFEI fighting back against the Dragon's Nest, lost in the first game, didn't have any way of really putting pressure on the nest or killing the stuff coming out of the nest. But in the second game, 2 cards added to his deck were able to really shut that down. So a reminder, if you are playing Minion Masters on Android, the Android version is back up. You should be able to play on your phone now. Oh, excuse me. Pepsi coming back. Right, how was the voting? No, that's a poll. Prediction. Okay, lot. More people actually voted for YEFEI, but a lot of the channel points on DSOO, the reigning champion. It's not going to be easy for him. Okay, game 3, 1-1. Diona for YEFEI, and DSOO sticks with KP, but it's a different KP. The Lone Wolf might be YEFEI's favourite cards. Right, Brother of the Void. We saw it banned earlier, not in this game. You get a Raged Assassin, then the next time you get a Raged, flame him, and so on and so forth.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Right, Black Hole. Did he do it quick enough that they don't get slowed? No.
Blue obtained the first perk.
Not sure if that's possible or not. Right, remember the stun from the bridge switch. Oof. So Deadshot's got a reasonable amount of crystal units. some of them will get Mana Surge, so he does want to try to get value from it. Okay, Chain's good there. You know, he saved his unit briefly, but the important part was there was nothing left of YEFEI's to take the bridge. Okay, prop scrats can be a problem, but illusory dragon whelps are going to put pay to those pretty damn quickly.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Could have gone with a bridge switch there. Grab the top bridge, I think, with the Arcanist. What's up, West? You know, we got that massive raid the other day, guys? That was thanks to West Berlin, so big shout out to him.
Blue has obtained perk number 2.
Oh, has he got enough time? No, he's probably going to switch here. This could be one of those... Oh, Deadshot trying to keep his units alive. And doing a great job. What a really good black hole from Deadshot there. And that's going to do some decent face damage. Keep the pressure on. Nicely done. Doesn't want to take too much damage from this push, though. And that wolf really... Excuse my French, does fuck. We've got Azog in there as well. Where was that assassin going? Looked like he was walking into the tower. Oh, it's going to be... Okay, nice taunt trap. Okay, so he's used his whelp, so once these whelps have gone, Deadshot's going to be able to use his prop horde. That could have been a mistake. Nice black hole. Perk 3 coming from Deadshot. He's going to have... Unfortunately, they are slowed. Right, there we go, perk 3. Flyby's coming in. Bridge switch to get some Night Puffs. Night Puffs are shielded, so they're not going to be too bothered about that. Okay. Game on. Deadshot needs to be careful though, because there's a lot of damage that can come out from that wolf and friends. Oh, it's another hit. Oof, only one hit. Okay. Where's the next bridge switch? Here it is. Nothing here to grab it though. Yet. Really wants to take advantage of those bridge switches as often as he can. Oh, that's really nicely played with the trap. King Puff really lives and dies with being able to get on the bridges. Okay, there's going to be a good switch here, though. Yona's trap can make it really difficult for him to get on the bridges. Swarm Trap doing a great job. Both Trap doing a great job. Nice Glenn's Brew. It's a King's Gift, Glenn's Brew. This wolf's still alive. That wolf's killing everything and keeping the bridges blue for ages. Deadshot doesn't want to risk taking another hit on face there. Okay, here we go. Bridge switch coming. Getting real close on XP. Deadshot starting to pressure that bridge at the top. XP leveled up. Next bridge switch in just under 8 seconds. This is super close. Deadshot again, putting pressure on the bridges, getting some Night Puffs. Keeping the pressure on. Azog's going to be a problem at the top. Chain Lightning, though, just in time, but it's not going to be enough to kill it. And he needs to be careful because that Azog could kill him. Oh, it's going to get one hit. Does the Boomer hit face? The Boomer doesn't hit face. That could be really important. There's no bridge switch yet. He might go... Okay, he doesn't quite have it yet. This is super close. Both teams on Mana Frenzy here. Bridge switch available for Deadshot. Here it comes. Can the Night Puffs change this match? YEFEI does have a little bit of face damage potential. Oh, okay. He knows the Whelp's going to answer all of those guys, but he has to get over the bridges before the Whelp can deal with them. He hasn't used the Whelp to deal with them. Those scrats are on face. Okay, has he made the decision that the Master can deal with it? But can the Master deal with it? Oh, he goes with the black hole, but it's a mistake. Oh, he's had to... Oh, this is super close. Deadshot tries with the black hole play. Didn't quite work out. 100 HP, 85 HP, 45. 5 HP for YEFEI. Deadshot takes it, but another incredibly close match. Okay. Super close at the end there. Deadshot having to desperately use that chain lightning to keep himself alive against that crossbow trap on his face. Okay, Deadshot really being made to play for these victories for sure. Both players doing a great job. Deadshot had one really nice black hole, keeping his Scrat Horde alive against the exploding illusionary Dragon Whelps. Tried to do a second, didn't work out. Nothing happens when Ruffles hits the tower. Normally, Ruffles shouldn't be able to hit the tower, but Ruffles is bugged at the moment, so instead of stopping to pick up the thing, Ruffles just keeps on running and ends up dying. So Ruffles should never really get that far. Big stretch. Right, Deadshot's 2 games to 1 up. He's got 1 foot in the grand final winners podium. Ugh. But we've seen how close these matches are. Scary things. Deadshot getting good value out of the black hole for sure, but YEFEI pushing him right to the edge. And you can see when these matches are this close, just 1 or 2 little mistakes can really screw up your entire chances. Okay, both players need to breathe after that climax. And the end of the game. So best of 5. DSOO winning with King Path and Diona, right? So no KP or Diona for him. Also, Milloween is banned. YEFEI can't play Tronvir. And also lost with Wrecked, won with Diona, I think. It's a close. Super close end there. Looks like the stream's just caught up. We're on a 3-minute delay, of course, because of just keeping everything fair and above board. FDM, of course, one of the Minion Masters developers working for BetaDwarf, so if you got any questions, feel free to hit him up. He'd love to talk to you. Reminder to join the Minion Masters Discord. All the good stuff goes on in there. There's been some cool things going on recently. We've had some voice chats between the community and the devs, fixing bugs and discussing balance stuff. Always good to see. People playing pre-mades. It's a really good place to... If you got any questions, report any bugs. It's a really good place to be part of. Right, here we go. Game 4. DSOO 2. YEFEI 1.
Let's duel.
Right. I guess he didn't win with Diona because he's playing Diona again. Right, Diona against APEP. It's not over yet. Correct. Thanks for paying attention. So again, it looks like YEFEI playing the same deck. DSOO playing a Demon Warrior deck. Now, I guess... Okay, I probably shouldn't say that. But Demon Warrior doesn't quite do the correct amount of damage at the moment, especially when it doubles in size. Well, only when it's doubled in size. Right, this is going to be a little bit problematic. Demon Warrior dying. No DPS available here. Azog could jump and kill these. Decides not to. Right, remember, Demon Warrior gets twice as big and twice as powerful after the fourth time onwards that you play her. A taunt trap there just to keep everything on the right-hand side of the bridges so they remain blue for a little while. Shriek from the Demon Warrior. Defenso is going to be good. Defenso is going to be good against the Wolf and, of course, against Azog. So that may have been teched in specifically by DSOO. That's fine. 2 mana for 2 mana with the Shock Rock and the Boomer, plus preventing the damage to the Defenso. Definitely worth. Raven, you might be right. In fact, you're definitely right. Normally I'd take notes, but... in this time. Right, Demon Warrior number 3 coming up. Remember, the 4th one is where it gets interesting. Not quite like the Demon Warrior of old, where she got 3 times as big after the 6th time you use her. But still a sizable buff. The problem here for DSOO is he's defending this fine. Well, it wasn't until that died, but all on his side of the field. Okay, and again, the Defenso doing a great job. A lot of trap damage, though. 40 DPS, I think, the trap damage the trap does. Right, here we go. Big Demon Warrior. Let's see if this changes the dynamic here. Nice Morgrel's Mark. And you do have to be a lot earlier with Morgrel's Mark compared to what you used to be, because it takes a lot longer for the first Swarmer to come out. Bit at the top of the hat, hurting my head with my headset on. Okay. Again, the Shock Rock, 2 for 2, also does a bit of face damage, prevents the Boomer from doing anything. We'll take that, says Deadshot. Again, here comes Azog straight into the Defenso. Trying to jump away, kind of worked out. Got spanked by something else. Bridges have been red for a little bit. Deadshot's back, level on XP. And the Big Demon Warrior has changed things here. Spirit on the Demon Warrior, that's going to be nice. Spirit Monster from his perk 3. Remember, Spirit Monster is kind of broken at the moment, so your mileage may vary with that card. All those taunt traps have got to be misplayed, right? Or did he just want to keep everything off? I don't know. Nice whelp. Demon Warrior getting some good spanks on face. Next Demon Warrior is up, and when you start chaining them back to back, that's when it starts getting a little bit scary. Okay, Demon Warrior survives. XP lead for DSOO. Is he going to win 3 in a row? Do we have to go through the pain of talking to him again? Or can YEFEI start to fight back? That net blaster at the top could be a little bit annoying for him to deal with. Keeping everything off of the bridge, keeping it red. Oh, it looks like he's misplayed the Morgrel's Mark. Tried to get onto the net blaster, but it ended up on the Defenso, which is exactly what he didn't want.
That was amazing!
Deadshot getting further and further ahead in terms of XP right now. Okay. Raw dogs that healer. Working out. Look at that healer DPSing and healing. Multitasking at its finest. 30 XP ahead. How? YEFEI's got to kill him. YEFEI has got to kill him soon. But it's not looking like he can. Mana Frenzy's coming up for DSOO. He's going to start pushing onto the bridges here. He's got enough HP that he can defend on face if necessary. And of course he has the shield. Jumped. What even happened at the bottom there? That Windwalker jumped fully over the bridge. Right, Mana Frenzy for Deadshot. Is he going to be the 3-time champion? It's surely looking like it. He's pulled out the Demon Warrior deck. We haven't seen it too often. But once he got that Demon Warrior activated, it really changed the way the match was going to fight out. Deadshot's going to be the champion. There we go. He's done it again. That's 3 times in a row. Deadshot is our grand champion. Say it again. Does it even exist? He's beaten YEFEI in the final 3 games to 1, but boy, were those games close. The last one, not so much, but the rest of them really pushed DSOO to, and maybe a little bit beyond, the limit. Right. That is it. Should we have a chat with Deadshot? Be rude not to. I'll just choke here. It's fine. Now, of course, right, Deadshot's going to come chat to us in a couple of minutes. I'll be right back, and then we'll have a chat with him. Right, GG The DSOO. Don't know why I'm saying that weird. Okay, we're going to interview him, see how he is feeling with... I don't know. You got any questions for him? Let me know. Right, let's make sure the match is actually finished. On... Yep, okay. It has... how many hours does Deadshot have in the thing? I don't know, let's check his profile. Oh, that's depressing. He only has 2,500 hours. That is depressing. Right, let's choose the outcome. What's up, staff? Okay, DSOO's going to join us. Let's see if we can do this without technical issue. Did you bet on yourself?
Yes, I did.
God. Right, okay. DSOO joins us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is your third event in a row.
Happened.
Okay, so after you won the first one recently, I said to you, is this peak DSOO? You said no. After the second one that you won, I said, is this peak DSOO? You said no. This is 3 in a row. Is this now peak DSOO?
This is now peak DSOO.
Oh, we did it. We got there eventually.
I think this tournament was my best variety yet. I played about 7-ish different masters. Only didn't win on Rapo and Diona. A lot of variety. Peak DSOO.
Okay, and your opponent in the grand final, YEFEI, we haven't seen him in tournaments, I don't think, before, but boy, did he push you close in those matches in the grand final.
Yeah, good ladder player. He and his friend Eric, I believe they're friends, have been climbing a lot and have been top of the leaderboard consistently. I think mainly it's just a matter of tournament bans making it a lot easier for me because I think he doesn't have a ton of variety, at least not at the moment. So I think it restricted his play a bit, but he's a very good player, and I'm glad that he made it to top 4, let alone the finals.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing him in the future events, and I'm sure he'll get better and better. There's the tournament experience, getting some being forced away from his comfort zone, being forced to play different things. That's only going to be good for a new player.
Yeah, it's something to just get used to when joining tournaments, and I hope he continues to join. It's another competition, another competitor to compete with.
Yeah, for sure. Some of those matches in the grand final there were super close. The last one, not so much. You pulled out the Demon Warrior, which we haven't seen too much. She's not actually doing the correct amount of damage, so she might even get buffed.
No, she's not.
In the next patch. But how do you feel like she's in a good spot at the moment? Do you feel like that's something that you can rely on in the tournament, or do you think things just worked out nicely in that particular setup for you?
Well, I think it's more of I wouldn't play her in a best of 3 normally, but a best of 5 because it's 5 games. If I have a lead, I'm comfortable pulling it out because I believe, and that is what she said, because I believe that it's got a decent win rate if you get the right matchup. And with what the deck he's been consistently playing, I had a hunch he'd stick on the same thing, partially because I think he was worried I'd switch to Dragon Nest again. And I knew that Demon Warrior would pair well into that. So before the match started, I took out Beverlanche as a banned card, and I replaced Whirly Scrap with Defenso, which did marvelous work on either the Azog or on the Lone Wolf.
Yeah, that was a really good play. Felt like we could almost rely on him to be playing that Azog Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the Defenso did do great. Now let's talk about a couple of decks, interesting decks. We've seen... Did we see your Sniper earlier in the last one, or am I just remembering it from when we tried it together?
Yes, we did.
So
that was in the Swiss round when you joined on the 3rd game.
So that worked pretty well.
Yeah.
Always interesting to see that Bounty Sniper survive against the Flyby with just the tiniest tick of HP.
Mm-hmm. It's just one of those things where if you know the breaking point, it's not a concern. So I knew the stats, and therefore I knew I could play that deck. And I'm very glad it worked because it's one of those, I like to play variety, and I enjoy providing interesting matches. So I'm glad when I get to play variety and it works out.
I mean, the way that match worked out was kind of exactly how when I played against you with that when you were playing that deck yesterday and when we were testing it, kind of exactly as it worked out there, where it's close and then you just get that mana frenzy, you can't get to that back line, and then you just roll on, and it's just GG. So the bounty sniper surviving against the flyby, does it need a shield to survive, or has it just got enough HP with the spirit?
That is a good point. I am not entirely sure of the breakpoint, to be honest with you. I don't think it needs the shield, but I wasn't paying enough attention to know if that one flyby would make a difference.
Because it felt like it always had a tiny sliver of health, regardless of where it had the shield or not. But I'm sure someone can do the maths.
Right, right.
So that was an interesting one. And then you had your Dragon's Nest deck that we hadn't seen before, and that was,
Yes.
as I said in the commentary, that was something you didn't want to show in the testing in case we were getting spectated.
Yeah, that is something I was looking forward to talking about, specifically because he banned Millowing, which caught me off guard. Millowing has not been banned all tournament, as far as I know, and I was expecting a King Puff because that's the generic ban since Diona's bug, and but he banned Millowing, and it bothered me a little bit, because I was actually looking forward to this deck the whole tournament, knowing I was going to bring it out in the finals, and I would have brought it out versus Set in the semis if I felt like it was needed. But unfortunately, there were the issues there. But it performed very well in the Morelia. And then after that match, I was like, I'll try it again on King Puff, because King Puff gives you a free spell. There's like 4 or 5 cards in there that discount or reduce the cooldown on this perk. And I was not expecting him to counterplay versus a different master, because I was expecting his thought process to be, well, Morelia has just been played and won, and Milloween is banned, so I don't have to worry about that. But unfortunately, it just fell perfectly into his favor. And
as soon as we loaded into that game and we saw Dragon's Nest for you and Bearvalanche and Azog for him,
Azog, yeah,
it was always going to be rough to get value out of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, question from the chat: Raven Striker says, "Any tips for people looking to figure out how to up their level of play? Things to focus on." Now, we could talk about this like ad
all day,
infinitum. But like, if you were to say to a new player or someone getting into the game, just a few things that for them to focus on to help improve their play style, their efficiency, what would you suggest they look at?
I'm going to focus on one thing specifically here, and that is just slow down and pay attention to as many interactions as possible, because the biggest issue with this game is not knowing what's going to happen when you put 2 cards down. The more knowledge you have, the more interactions you can confidently play into. And it's a big thing for new players to immediately react or to react at the wrong time. And I think it'd be better as a newer player to just play slower, even if it results in a bit of unfortunate situations because you could have reacted faster. Just watch how things play out and then remember how they play out. And you need to just constantly build up that knowledge. And that is just going to be a pool of knowledge in your head. And the bigger it gets, the more effective you'll be in your games.
Yeah, we always see that new players, they're always just, as soon as they've got enough mana to do something, they do it. And generally in this game, if you can be reactive and you've got that knowledge to know the trades and the best plays, then being reactive is going to be more mana efficient. Whereas if you're just always throwing things down, you're giving your opponent that chance to be reactive to you. Of course, there's some times where you want to be proactive and put pressure on, but again, that's just part of the knowledge of knowing when and where to do that. But yeah,
that is really the benefit of knowing interactions, is once you are aware of them, you know when to play sharp and to play quick, but you have to get to that point first. Otherwise, if you try and play fast without knowing what's going to happen, you don't know what's going to happen, and you're going to make misplays.
There is a huge learning curve, of course, when we're talking about that, because we've got 288 cards, you've got to learn those cards. Of course, you don't see all of them, but from my leaderboard analysis, we do see almost all of the cards on the leaderboard at some point, so there is a need to know, to have a very deep knowledge of the game, and then not only do you need to know how the cards work, again, then you've got the almost infinite number of interactions between those cards and knowing how they work, and that's just something you build up by just learning and doing and paying attention, and just you get over time. But yeah, that's just the sort of thing, as you say, is once you've got that knowledge, it allows you to play the game, see the game slightly differently. So I think, yeah, just definitely slowing down, playing reactive, using, and one of the other things is we always see new players being terrified to take face damage,
Right.
and just preventing face damage at all cost, regardless of how much mana it costs them. And you know, if we look at these tournament matches, how much HP do each of the players end with at the end of the game? And it's very rarely, you know, over 2,000. Very, very rarely max HP.
Correct.
So it's just about using HP as a resource appropriately.
And it may sound ignorant or arrogant, I mean to say, but a match can be closer because you're playing better. And that's what I mean by that is I can win a game with a decent lead and protect my HP, or I can win a game with a big lead if I use my HP more. And it makes the game look closer, but at the same time, it's giving me more value on every other front that I'm trying to trade with my HP. So it provides a more exciting atmosphere for the stream, which is a nice coincidence. But mainly, it's just the fact that I am a greedy person with my HP, and I recommend every player tries to get as much out of it as possible. Just don't be too brash.
It's just another
Okay.
resource, and it's about using it and using it appropriately. And that it comes from experience, knowing as the game progresses, knowing what your opponent's playing, whether they have many ways of doing face damage, or if they're playing aggro. That gives you an idea of how fast and loose you can play with your HP. You know, there's some situations where they have literally no chance, no direct way of doing damage to your face, and you can get super low, and it doesn't matter as long as you defend appropriately. Whereas there's a lot of other things where they have a lot of spells that they can do face damage against you with, and then of course you've got to be a lot more careful with your health in those situations.
Yes, but I perhaps going back to the tournament here, so we don't turn this into a podcast.
Oh yeah, don't forget about that. Yeah, I was going to ask you. I'll ask you afterwards. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we saw you use the Rimmergold's Breath that we haven't seen anyone else use, and it was something
Right.
we tried out in pre-mades the other day, and it was pretty good, but solos, not so sure. How do you feel that worked out in there for you? I feel like there was some weird breaths that you kind of played that were sort of, they felt like a little bit
It was at least
forced.
two. Yeah, I had it in there as a Bearavalanche replacement, and I figured it had a chance of being good. I wasn't sure. It was kind of just a throw-in, but one that I had some confidence in. I wouldn't say it won me the game by any means. However, I think it could work in that deck with more practice, and in other matchups, I see a lot more potential for value.
I think there's a little adjustment that you need to make with regards to how you play it compared to how you used to play the old one, because of the instant damage. It's easy to miss it, whereas before it was kind of impossible to miss it.
And on that note, it's especially hard, and I had difficulty with this with using it, is the two bursts of damage do not come down simultaneously. The one on your lane lands first, and then the one on the opponent's lands first. And I found that a little difficult. If I had, again, more practice, I don't think it'd be a problem. But it's one of those things where if you want to get damage on both sides, it requires very precise timing, because you have to sort of predict into the opponent's movement to make sure both sides get their value.
Yep. Just like getting the maximum value possible from it, rather than just thinking, oh, there's another lane that's done nothing, and then I killed stuff here, trying to figure out the placement of units and getting stuff on both lanes, which is, you know, just, again, it's about just getting as much bang for your buck over and over again. If you play a minion, get the best you can for it. If you play a spell, get the best you can for it. So on and so forth. Like we saw a lot of trades with your his boomer versus your shock rock, which is, you know, it's a fine trade on top
nothing
on
special.
just normal, but then you get a bit of face damage sometimes with it. You prevent, of course, a lot of damage from that boomer on your other units as well. So there's some good trades there.
There was one moment where I had a really good play on the bottom bridge because he played it aggressively, but most of the time it's just an even trade, and then it reduces his counters to what I'm pushing with. And in that matchup, he doesn't have something I really want to shock rock, because you can shock rock Wrecked to stun his perk 3, which I did do once. I think you
Yeah, I
called it
saw
out.
that. Yeah.
In the Dragon Nest match, he was pushing. I knew he was going to use it. It wasn't a big play because I knew he was going to use it on a Berry Bounce Flamer, but style points. I don't know. And there's also the fact that I think DNest isn't overpowered, and that was proved by the fact that he annihilated me in that second game, albeit on a secondary or even third master, not one that I want to pick for the deck. And I feel like it's not something we're going to have to worry about too much on ladder or in tournaments. It's just another deck variety that can work.
Yeah, but I feel like it's in that category of things that if you don't have a counter for it, it can kind of screw you, and if you do have a counter for it, it can kind of do nothing.
There are very specific ways to play against Dragon Nest that perform better, and it'd be hard to get into all that during stream, but you kind of want to push into it with your counters in hand, so then they have to spawn. But it's very difficult to time and to discuss without visual representation. But for that reason, I don't think it's too much of an issue.
And you're trying to force them to almost waste spells just to get the whelps out, or get less than ideal value from the spells. But yeah, it's good to see. We definitely see Dragon's Nest in tournaments every now and then. It has dominated meta. It is one of the cards that's probably had one of the most varied and deep history of balance changes. If you look at the wiki, there's a huge page on it. But I think it's in an okay spot right now. Right, Science in the chat says, what cards do you usually insta-ban against most of your decks? And are there any cards you wished were removed from the game?
Lightning Bolt, I think it's pointless. I think it provides very little to the game. But on to the more important question. It depends on the meta and depends on who I'm facing. You'll notice that probably my most consistent ban was Berry Bounce Fleeners and both. I think it was Berry Bounce Fleeners the most. And that would be because I think it is too... sorry if my microphone keeps popping. I think it is too good of a card for high-level play. Two mana ranged units for one deck slot, I think, or two mana ranged cards for one deck slot, I think is too much value. And so I ban it all the time, and it usually doesn't get banned versus me, which I think is interesting, but that's because people do a lot of targeted bans versus me. But I'd say in this tournament it was definitely Bolf and Berry Bounce Flamer, and then versus Set and Ficus I was consistently banning Akinlep, knowing them as players, but I would not have done that versus anyone else. So it really depends on meta.
So talking about the meta, we do know that the new Wartrack Dreadnought is dominating every game mode, and it's disgustingly OP, and of course everyone's playing it. And you and I know some others have said to me that it's been very difficult to practice on ladder because you're just against that, and that's something that's irrelevant when it comes to the tournament. Is that something that really hindered your preparation, or is it just something that's more of a sort of a mild annoyance?
I'm gonna be ranting for a moment here, so bear with me. First of all, it's all lower ladder, like you said, which makes it a lot harder to practice because you're not getting matchups that you can really compare to tournament practice, because it's a card that takes the spotlight in matchups. And if it was like an overpowered support card, it wouldn't be as bad. But because it's the card that you want to deal with and that, you know, takes attention during the match, it's very hard to get a real feel for actual gameplay outside of that. And then for this tournament specifically, there's also the fact that Diona is bugged and a perk 2 essentially doesn't work. It's basically just a bridge grab now. And that was, you know, that made it extra hard to practice because she's not only my most played hero, she's my favorite ever since she was released, and it's just a shame that she hasn't been around. However, when you were asking me if it was Big DSOO in this tournament, I think I had the best variety. Yeah, that's realistic. I think I've had the best variety of any tournament I performed in. Winning with APEP, Melloween, Stormbreer, which was not on stream, Keen Puff, Setsu, Wrecked, and Morelia all got wins with, and then losses on Rappo and Diona. And because I had all those masters in my pocket, I had so much variety that it didn't feel like an issue that Diona was gone. And again, Wartrack, because I had all this variety, I knew I was going to play these decks anyways. The issue is, Wartrack with DNest, for example, I would never play it on ladder against Wartrack. I haven't practiced it or tried it, but I am fully confident it would annihilate DNest with the Mythic and with the attack that just annihilates AoE and all that. So, yeah, fun times.
You mentioned about Diona. So Diona, of course, as you say, her perk 2 is kind of bugged, and you very rarely get value from Ruffles. But we saw Diona played a lot. Do you think
Yes.
Diona is just strong enough to play her without effectively a perk 2, or do you think people are just a little bit stuck in their ways and that they'd rather just deal with that than play something else?
I do not think it's strong enough without a perk 2, which is why you saw me in the whole tournament. I played her once, and I believe it was when I was ahead, and then never again because it's not enough. I believe
Yeah.
NERZL was using it a lot, but I think it was kind of as a meme. He definitely could have played a stronger master, whether he
Right.
chose to or not. And then you saw YEFEI bring Diona out as well, but I believe it was only in the 4, and that's for master variety. And maybe because YEFEI doesn't feel comfortable bringing out that deck on a ton of other masters, and Diona
Mhm.
might be one of the comfort picks for the deck.
Yeah, I didn't really pay
But yeah.
attention. I can't really remember like the the matches that were won or lost with Diona or not. And of course, we don't get
Well,
blooming
NERZL
replays
certainly won a
from.
lot with her.
Yeah. So I mean, she's okay, but maybe just not good enough at that point.
Mhm.
Like when you've got those super close matches in XP or HP, just those few vials that you get can just those hills can be crucial. That little bit of XP
Yeah.
can be crucial. Of course, just going without that. We did see Ruffles
There
do a
was a
little cheeky bridge grab at one point,
Yes.
but I don't
There
think
was a
that's
couple
enough.
moments where
Yeah, I don't think that's enough of a benefit to offset the negative from it.
there were a couple moments throughout the tournament where it was actually a buff, quote unquote, where he'd grab the potion and grab the bridge. But obviously, that does not outweigh the fact that the majority of the time you're not getting the potion at all.
Yeah.
And there was at least one game where I was watching it. It was one of NERZL's games, and it was close enough to where I was thinking to where if Ruffles wasn't bugged, he definitely would have won.
Hmm.
And yeah, I think he won a lot of his games based off his own skill, not based off of his master.
Yeah. Good to see NERZL in an event. I feel like we haven't seen him too
Yeah.
much recently, so good to see him back and doing well, of course.
NERZL
Uh,
and YEFEI, both new play, well, not new, but haven't been joining tournaments, and they both got the top 4. So it was very refreshing to see.
yeah, unfortunate about Set with his power situation, but
Yeah.
you benefited from that as always. Um, so,
Anything else?
do you think your match against YEFEI was your hardest match of the day?
I do believe he was my hardest opponent. I'm sad I never faced NERZL at any point. I faced every top player, I believe, in the Swiss bracket, or when I say top player, I mean who are usually the top performers.
Mhm.
Every top performer except for NERZL, and then he did not make it to the finals, so we didn't face each other at all. But I would say he was my toughest opponent. It's hard to give a rating a set when he unfortunately was not able to participate throughout the whole tournament, or maybe he would have been. But I would say it was YEFEI, and he might even be even more dangerous in the future if he gets more used to the tournament setting.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot we could talk about. We've got the war track
Yeah.
stuff that's going on. We've got the balance changes that we're seeing in the PTR. We've got the new bridge rules that are coming. We've got the alternative perks that we've kind of seen a little bit. I don't know. Should we do a podcast or something to talk about all that stuff?
Maybe a once a month podcast.
Hmm,
Who knows?
maybe. But yeah, but everyone should definitely check out the Minion Masters PTR, public PTR that's on at the moment. Go to the Discord, there's a link in the chat, give yourself the tester role, go to the PTR section. Look at all the changes. There's a bunch of balance changes. We've got the 2 new cards for next season. We've got the new bridge rules, all available to be tested out. And you can give your feedback, of course. And the more people that get involved, the more feedback we get. Hopefully, we'll avoid situations where we end up with these horrifically overpowered cards. Which, a lot of people think that's the devs want it to be that way, and they're happy for things to be OP because they want to force people to buy the battle pass. But from my discussions with the devs, that couldn't be further from their mind. They would much
Yeah.
rather it be as balanced as possible because, I feel like with this
Because they
meta,
don't want their game to be chaotic. They want balance. They don't want a total mess. They don't want the community in shambles. They want things to be nice.
I want to keep everyone happy, and I feel like just
Yeah.
this awful meta is really. I mean, even I felt like I didn't want to play too much because it was just constant tanks, and regardless of how well you play, you get to Mana Frenzy first, they get their big perk 3 bastard, and then you end up losing anyway. That's really feels bad. If you play it in duos, they're just everywhere. So I do hope that they will patch it soon, but as we spoke about earlier, I spoke about earlier in the cast, we had that situation with Android being offline for a week and patches need to be deployed everywhere at the same time, so you're kind of restricted by the slowest at times if you want to keep everyone online. So it's a little bit frustrating for the devs, and they need to definitely get to the bottom of it and kind of iron out and get a great pipeline for being able to hotfix quickly and keep everyone on the same patches. But we'll see how that works out. Right. Okay, anything that you want to say before you dash?
Well, I want to give a shout out to, it's hard to pronounce his name, so I'm also going to type in chat. I call him Zlex, but
I've always called him Legs.
what do you call him? Lex?
I mean,
Yeah, I like throwing the Z's in there, you know.
ZXZ is kind of like just the whole.
Oh yeah, you just got Z, right? Right. Well, I call him Zlex.
Okay.
And on the first day of the new patch, he faced you on your stream, and he was running the Setsu deck. And I asked you to look at his deck, and I since copied it. Only adjustment I made was removing Spellweaver because I'm not a big fan of her. But that that deck has brought me a lot of success in 1v1 ladder, and I even brought it out in the tournament. Sadly, it did not perform much because there were other priorities, and people kept banning ATG drone against me, which is a big part of the deck. But rarely do I copy decks, but I found his Setsu is very original, and he's also a big fan of War Dancers, which I think is very interesting, and I think they're actually a decent card. So
I've definitely seen him playing some Bridge Shrine. I don't know if that was in that deck. There was, I think, Tronfit Bridge Shrine, maybe Ratbow Bridge Shrine.
He used to run Lightning Bolt Bridge Shrine Setsu all the time, even when it got nerfed. Before Bridge Shrine got nerfed, it was a big deal because you did not need a bridge to get the XP from it. It just generated over time, and he kept playing Bridge Shrine even after they reworked it. And eventually, though, he probably just decided it's not in its former glory anymore, so he switched off. But I like his decks. I think he's very creative.
Good. Okay. Right. Well, congratulations again. 3 in a row. Peak DSOO is here, but I guess now the question is, can Peak DSOO remain here?
That is it. And we have some new competitors. Hopefully they return. I really want to see more people in these tournaments.
Yep.
The more the merrier.
Okay. Deadshot, always a pleasure. Congratulations, and I shall see you again soon.
And of course, thank you to Sinobii in the background.
As always.
Doing all the important technical work to keep these running.
And that fish guy, don't forget that fish guy.
I've seen better. And Fish, of course, being the face of Minion Masters, as I like to call him, you know, performing these tournaments live for you guys. So thank you, Fish. And
no problem.
I'll see you guys later.
See ya. Okay, Bovine Intervention says, would appreciate any further commentary on pre-mates with no wildcards and 20 unit cards. I mean, I'm not really too sure what you can say about that. It's, if you're the kind of person that plays some disgusting wildcard decks, then you're going to not particularly like the change. But if you're a purist, like myself, then you will like it, because it's going to reduce cheese, it's going to add, hopefully, some creativity. People are going to have to learn the game, apart from just rely on some nonsense stuff. It's going to reduce the impact of anything that's OP. It's going to not be so problematic, since you can only have one of them. So just to clarify what Bovine is saying, is the proposed change for pre-mates are, firstly, no wild cards, so you can't have any duplicates of a card, and also 20 unique cards between the two players. So that basically just means no cards in both decks. And that's, in the past when we've done 2v2 tournaments, that is effectively the rules that we've used for those tournaments, just to try to keep things, you know, as high skilled as possible. Just playing the same OP card over and over again, you know, that doesn't seem too much fun. So, I mean, I like this change. We're still, from the looks of it, it's going to be like randoms. You can still do whatever you want in it. But I'm okay with that. I do like randoms, but pre-mates is where the wild cards are the strongest, because you can either have 6 copies of something that's disgusting, or if you play something really powerful, your teammate can play something to go along with you, can support you, can fill in the gaps that your deck might have. So I feel like it's going to be interesting, and I don't know. I feel like Yeah, I'm just thinking back to my meta videos when we look at things like wildcard usage. I feel like the majority of people don't use wildcards. At least when we're talking about the leaderboard. So, but there are certain people that will always use wildcards, and they're going to hate this change, I think. Or maybe they will like this change. Maybe they just feel like they have to wildcard when the option's there and then it's removed from them. But yeah, Bovine, what do you think about the change? I'm always interested to hear the feedback from other people as to what they think about the change. Right, so we've come to the end of our stream. Thank you so much for everyone that joined us. Thanks for supporting us with your time and your subs. I had a good time. Hopefully you guys did too. Always appreciative of Sinobii behind the scenes. These events would not happen without him. And of course BetaDwarf for supporting the event as well. Right. Okay, so we of course have the giveaway running, so make sure you get in that if you haven't already. I'll draw those winners after the stream. We're going to go raid someone now. And we'll see who is streaming and who we can raid. Wes, thanks again for being here. Wes did ask something about the meta. Is there a new meta after every update? It depends on the cards that are in that update. There was some... I mean, the current meta is disgusting, basically because of one of the new cards that were added. The meta changes quite drastically when they have big changes, like bridge rule changes, stuff like that. But when there's just balance changes... The kind of the overall meta is very kind of similar, but the cards and the specific strats that people use within the meta is kind of the same. Like when we're talking about, is this a control meta? Is this an aggro meta? Like what kind of stuff are we doing? The metas have been pretty aggro for a long time, right? Big units go brrr. It's just kind of how it works. Right. Deadshot says, healthy change, increases skill-based deck building, expecting mixed feedback from a player base. Yeah, pretty much. My hope is that people that use wildcards will just adapt to the change. Whereas my concern is they'll just be like, oh, I can't play this bullshit anymore. I'm off. I don't think it's on the PTR, but it is slated for the next patch. I think it is slated for 2.5. It wasn't on the balance sheet because it's not in the current PTR. The Lord, thanks for being here. Chef, thanks for turning up nearly 6 hours late. You still got time to enter the giveaway, though. Right, I should start waving. Otherwise, we'll never get through it, because we've got to get the 3-minute delay. Guys, thanks so much for being here. I'm trying to stream more regularly. It's working out so far. Yeah, I think it'll be a great change. But there will definitely be two sides, two kinds of people that will love it. There's going to be three kinds of people, right? There's going to be people that don't play wildcards that love the change. There's going to be people that do play wildcards but will be happy to adapt to it. And then there'll be people that shouldn't be my middle finger, but there's going to be people that do wildcard and they hate the change because they don't get to wildcard anymore. And if you're not sure what wildcarding is, it's playing duplicates of cards. Okay, so you can play up to 3 copies of one card or 2 copies of 2 cards in 2v2s, as long as their copies allowed stat allows them to do so. Right. Anno is streaming. What's he playing? Right, so yeah, I think that's it. But I do encourage everyone to get involved in the PTR. Please, just go and read it. Even if you don't get involved physically in the PTR, please just read the changes and give your feedback. Just let them know this is theoretical feedback based on the changes. All feedback is good feedback. Right, let's get ready to raid. Oh yeah, waving. I'm going to click on something, but I'm jogging myself as I'm waving and I keep missing the button. Cool beans. Right, I had a good time. Hopefully you guys did too. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget these tournaments are always available to players of all abilities, so always good to have new players, experienced players, whatever. Always a good time. It's a great way to learn. If you're new, make sure you hit the follow button. You do need to follow it to qualify for the giveaway and do the command. And it was nice to enjoy some Minion Masters without the damn war track. Right. I think that's everything we need to cover. Thank you so much for being here. As always, the VOD will be up tomorrow on my YouTube channel, so make sure you go follow that. Wildcards are getting removed from pre-mates. And they are going to be... There's going to be a restriction where you can't have the same card in both decks. So that should be good. Chef, I'll allow it. I need to see my stream to see when I start waving. For some reason I can't view my stream on my dashboard. It's really annoying. Oh, we started waving. Let's go. Okay, we can raid now. Come with me! Wildcards can suck it, yes. Thank you for being here, Science. Let's go raid someone else playing Minion Masters, Raven Sin. Let's see what they're up to. Support another Minion Masters streamer. Guys, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you. Why does it not work on my dashboard? Thank you, West. I'll see you guys again soon. That is an awkward wave. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to notice. Rude. Okay, we're going. See you guys soon. Have a great one.